What is up? Welcome. Greetings. Happy Friday and all that. I just remembered that I forgot to fix my camera settings, which I stupidly have to do every time I boot up OBS for some reason. Give me a second and I'll just fix this. There we go. Now it's no longer like fucking 12 FPS. Atomic Runner, the opponent, VOD viewers, chat lurkers, everybody else, welcome. Yeah, camera settings are fucked. Granted, it's been a few years since I bought it, but it was the most expensive kind of home user webcam on the market, and it's still kind of shit. Yoda, Trap, greetings, welcome. Thank you very much for tuning in already. But yeah, the shitty thing is, like, I have a Logitech camera, and it's supposed to be good, and the software is, like, garbage. It's, like, kind of okay when it works, except it doesn't quite work, and it's got a lot of quirks, one of them being, for now anyway, anytime every time I start OBS, it's like defaulting a bunch of settings that just don't save, and I have to set it back, and it's very annoying. Spyro, hello. Welcome. You guys know what's up. We're going to play some fighting games. We haven't done that in a while. I mean, technically we did 2 weeks ago, I guess. Sort of, kind of, on Halloween. But that doesn't count. They weren't viewer requested. Although I'm sure everybody's hankering for some battle monsters every week. But it's been about a month, I guess, since we did one of these streams proper, so I thought it was about time. It's Friday the 13th, but we've been doing spooky shit all month, so we're going the opposite direction, mixing things up with some fighting games. This sounds like DMCA waiting to happen. Let's, that's better. Thought I was killed by Jason. Nah, I got better. Don't worry about it. We're good. Well, you guys know how this works, and in case you don't, we're going to be playing some fighting games, and the way we're going to determine what game's getting played is by way of raffle. We're going to set up some raffles here. Anyone in chat can join in. Winner of said raffle will get the opportunity to pick the next game. We play that game for usually somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour. Maybe an arcade mode playthrough. Maybe fucking around in story mode. Maybe doing some tutorials. Kind of depends a bit on what game it is and my level of familiarity with it. When we feel about ready to move on, we do another raffle, and the cycle repeats. So, without further ado, let me pull some strings back here and arrange for the first raffle. This music's so good, by the way. And the raffle is open. There we go. There's the thing. Wow, this is difficult. The raffle is open. Type the word raffle in chat to put your name in the hat. And feel free. Yeah, opponent just linked it there. Peruse the list of available games. There are, in fact, a handful of new games available tonight that I picked up in the ongoing Steam fighting game sale. A couple of anime games, couple of indie games that I've kind of not heard about. But as usual, there's a nice mix of every flavor of fighting game in my library. There is indeed a fighting game sale on Steam right now. It's going on till sometime next week, I think. It's really confusing because I was looking at it, and as some games do, they like change the look of the tile, whatever, the icon, like on the store page. So it looks like the season 4 pass for Tekken 7 is on sale for $10. But no, it's Tekken 7 is on sale for $10. But also there is a season 4 and a new season pass. Like, a lot of games, they like advertise the new season of DLC or whatever's like current event and stuff, and it's like you have to think a bit or dig a little deeper to see what game it actually is. In any case, yeah, there's I mean, for me, I guess there wasn't that much to be too excited about, mostly because, as is the case in many of those sales, I already own most of what I'm interested in. There's definitely some stuff that either it's stuff I already own, whether it's on Steam or other platforms, or it's stuff that I'm like super intrigued by, but it's like some weird quirky indie game that's probably not great, but I'd be interested to look at, and it's like, you know, reduced from 20 euros to 16 euros, and it's like maybe still a bit much for like an impulse purchase. But I was able to find a few things. I was looking for more of those like 1 to 2 euro super weird games, and I didn't find that many of them, but a few, I guess. Let's speed things along here, I guess. We'll do one more last call, I guess. Reminder, anyone half watching, not active in chat here, that you can type raffle in chat, and let's say in about 20-30 seconds we'll pull a winner, and we will see what the first game of the evening will be. I was gonna get Silver Case. Yeah, I bought that on PS4 a year ago. I don't know. Unlike many of the games I buy and put on my shelf right there, all my PS4 games, I actually both unwrapped the case, put my disc in the PS4, and actually booted the game up. How about that? But I think I played it for like an hour. I was actually a little bit disappointed in a way. Like, I didn't really get into it enough to say whether it was like a good game or not, but I didn't realize that it was going to have so much like first-person awkward 3D shuffling around. I thought it was going to be more of a text-based kind of thing, but it's mostly kind of you're walking around these like 3D environments, and I just wasn't like, it just felt a little slow and clunky. I still want to get through it at some point. It's supposed to be a good game, but yeah, I have so many unplayed backlog games. But hey, one of these years I guess I'll get a PS5, and at least some of those games are going to run better. Well, let's do this. Let's pick a winner. The picker, chooser, whatever, decider of the first game will be boom, Spyro 2023. Congrats. The raffle is no longer open. Spyro is the winner, and you get to determine the first game of the night, which, by the way, I'm gonna change a little thing here. Enable a reward for people to choose my fighter if you would so wish. That person is not. Tekken 5 should not be on the list because I do not own Tekken 5 to the best of my knowledge. Let me just see where I have my list, actually. There we go. Let me just double check that I didn't do something strange here, or that I didn't own it in a way that I didn't know about. Come on, Google Chrome, you can do this. There we go. Okay, right. It's not on the list. You have several Tekken games to choose from, but not 6 and not 5. I've got Tekken 2, Tekken Tag Tournament 1, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, or Tekken 7. I don't have Tekken 1 either, sorry. Bad luck there. But Tekken 2, that one we can arrange. In fact, I've got it right here. And actually, I've not played this since picking this up. I got this a couple of months ago, and I haven't actually played it yet. I mean, I have played it, but not in the last 23 years. How do I not have Tekken 1, 5, and 6? Because I don't really like Tekken. I mean, I've got Tekken 2, 3, 4, Tag 2, and 7, which I would say is quite plenty of Tekken games for someone who doesn't play Tekken. Well, let's see here. Although, spoiler alert, But I can only spoil so much because I don't actually remember in detail myself. I do actually have at least one Tekken game coming in the mail. Stuff that I've ordered that should be coming in the not too distant future. I was hoping that the shipment would be on its way, if not arrived by now, but it still hasn't actually been sent. But I'm working on it, and I do have a shipment of games more or less on the way. Let me just do a little hardware setup here. Which one? I don't remember. I know I looked at a couple, but I'm not sure what actually ended up in the order. I'd like to get them all at some point. Let's see. We should want that right there. All right, we're gonna get into the sick Tekken intro in the background here. Whoops. We're gonna have to re-watch because it's like the best intro in the history of time. I guess I just fucked up the audio somehow. But we'll fix that. There we go. That and this, for my money, is still the greatest fighting game intro of all time. Oh yeah, let me fix the colors. Oh yeah, let me do this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Yes, thank you, Swordfam. I'll adjust the audio. Should be a little better. Not super easy to tell. We'll do some testing here. Whoa, it just jumps right into it. No title screen, no nothing. Just gameplay demo. Sick cinematic camera angles. How's the audio? Is it better? D, by the way, what's up? Thank you for that friendly Jacksonville. RO, if you're doing well. Happy Friday, everybody. There we go. Hey, the stick's actually connected. Let's see. Tekken Advance. Tekken Advance is a cool game. I would definitely want to own it. But I'm not too into collecting like portable game stuff because it's so much of what I'm doing for collecting is kind of so tightly connected with my streaming, and I don't have a setup to stream any portable stuff, so it's never really a priority. But there's some dank GBA fighting games, that's for sure. I wonder if I should, yeah. Wait, oh, you can't do, oh boy, okay. Wait, do I have to, yeah, free, there we go. Still using a stick with a kind of a funny layout. The colored buttons are in the middle, but I want to use the leftmost buttons, otherwise I get really confused about which buttons to press. Well, the thing was with the Game Boy Player is that not only is it stupidly expensive. The GameCube I have one of the later model GameCubes that only have composite video out, which aside from being poor quality, I can't even capture it because my capture, as far as I know, will only take RGB signals. Yeah, it's like easily $100+, if not more. I think like even the disc is expensive, but you need the obviously the hardware as well. But I've understood from what I've heard that the Game Boy Player, even if you could output a pristine digital capture, that it's or like a digital video signal and capture it, it's kind of weird, like the sort of upscaler thing. Like, I mean, obviously it's playable, it's doable, and it's cool, but it's still not like super great quality. I think if I really wanted to make that a thing, I'd probably try. Let's do this. I'd probably go for the analog pocket and the dock for that. Which, I mean, I guess at that point, as far as playing and capturing, you might as well go emulator. But, you know, if I wanted to actually collect physical stuff. Speaking of buying Japanese games and shit, though, I just saw, like, minutes ago that I guess... oh, yeah, this is the arcade opening. That I guess Surugaya are blocking foreign IPs now. So you can't... Well, can't is a bit of a... imprecise word, I guess, but you have to jump through significant extra hoops to buy stuff from Surugaya, which ultra sucks because it's a great shop and I love just kind of browsing it. I haven't looked into it closely to figure out kind of what I would have to do to get it working, but that really sucks. I do, I guess, feel good about having, you know, been able to sneak in an order a few weeks ago before, I guess, the lockdown. So we'll see what the future of shopping for old Japanese games looks like. I'm sure it's going to be possible through some means or another, but I had my go-to shop, I had my go-to method, and it's irksome to have to change that. Also, fucking PS1 fighting games, you let the cursor sit for 3 seconds and it like jumps into a track mode and shit. Anyway, let's do this. The jump in quality and the visuals between this and the first game are pretty staggering, though. Dude, I forgot. Well, I forgot that Kazuya is time release in this.
Round 1. Fight!
Oh yeah, we got Pirate Yoshi. Is it not? I gotta see if I got my controls set correct here.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Yo, Lemasar. Thank you very much for the several months of Unspeakable Horrors. 5-month streak. In fact, I highly appreciate it. And now I got totally distracted. The Joust art was dope. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Final round.
Got more art coming up shortly, by the way. I've got work in progress on the Zero Divide 2 illustration. Yep, alright. I would definitely have picked Kazuya, except I can't. But I didn't quite want to go with Heihachi either. So I got a little stressed out and had to pick someone, and I went with Law, who, I mean, I don't really know much with any characters, but of all the characters I kind of know something with, I'm not sure if Law is one of them. Let's go. Oh, wow, okay. That's the command? I was just trying myself. I was reading chat. My nose was itchy. You know, what else you got? Man, the characters, like, I'm surprised how good this looks. I haven't played this in so long. Oh. There we go. I love that shit as a kid. Got him. Tekken 2 had the best soundtrack. I think Tekken 2 has the best opening, and I love that intro, both the visuals and the audio. But aside from maybe King, I don't think I remember a single music track in this game. Tekken 3 is definitely, like, Tekken 3 and Tekken 5 are the soundtracks I know the best. I wouldn't say that they are the best necessarily, just the ones I, like, recall. It's pretty good, though.
You win.
Not the music I would necessarily associate with Paul, but I know in some of them, the soundtracks changed pretty drastically in the arranged soundtrack, though. Have to stomp.
You win.
Ah. This was a good game, like Virtua Fighter. They'd keep playing that animation. We'll get the stomp. Oh, I remember this stage with the lighting. Honestly, although I did play this game, I think the most I played of this was the demo version that a friend of mine had when he got it with his PS1. And it had Jun and Lei as the characters because they were the two new characters.
You win. Round 2.
Also, Running Wild. Welcome. The sound effects are so good. No tech roll in these ancient ass games, of course. I thought I'd blocked high, but might have panicked and blocked low.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, that's a throw. Yeah, that's definitely it. Dude, I hate fucking these like stance characters that do goofy shit, like end up back turned, lying down and stuff. It's always like awkward to know how to hit them. Yeah, I guess Tekken 6 is like the one Tekken game I never played at all. So it's probably the one I know the least, including the soundtrack.
Fight.
Oh damn, it was like, hey, Hachi already? But I guess he's just a regular ass character in this. So in Tekken 1, Heihachi's the final boss. And Kazuya is like the main character. In this game, Kazuya is the boss. Or devil, but Kazuya is like the mid-boss.
Round 2.
And then in 3, Kazuya is missing altogether. And Heihachi is the boss again. Oh, dude, so many expertly crouched highs, and I don't know what to do. But yeah, so like, I know that 5 had a good soundtrack. At least a couple of songs were really good. And I remember I didn't really get to play Dark Resurrection much, but I remember like hearing some of the music and stuff, and remembering not particularly liking some of the, because they like remixed the music and stuff, and maybe not liking it quite as much. And 6, like I said, I just don't really know about the music at all. And 7, I don't remember liking at all. Like, I feel like there's like, I feel like there's a different vibe to 7's music. But no, yeah, Tag 2 was in there between. Right, I think Tag 2 also, like I felt that Tag 2 introduced like kind of a bit of dubstep kind of stuff. That, I mean, it's not out of line for the style of music that Tekken has had, but compared to a lot of the stuff that's more like melodic in these other games, there's a bunch of it that just felt like kind of almost ambient and sort of just droning in a way that I didn't much care for. And I remember like 7 kind of continuing from that vibe. I gotta remember to do the stomp in the middle of a round sometime.
Round 2.
But honestly, like, I'm legit so impressed. Like, I knew and remembered that Tekken 3 was obviously like a big step visually, and of course I knew that this was a big step up from 1. But I remember it as Tekken 3 being the kind of real generational leap visually. But looking at this, like I feel like this mix-ups. I feel like this is closer to Tekken 3 than Tekken 1, for sure. Kaze is missing. Like in educational Tekken games? Why not? Alright, we got some kind of punish. Are there like hop kicks in this? I guess so, yeah. Case in point. Oh. Oh, you can just small. Yeah, okay. Well, she didn't exactly punish it, but. Oh, start buttons. Not responsive. Just like that quick continue is so nice. I always remembered it as, and maybe it's something they added in 3, but like there being an option, or maybe if you have character selected continue enabled, you get the option. I remember distinctly some Tekken game from my childhood, at least, giving you the option of whether you want to do a quick continue or do go back to character select. Ah, there we go. Oh, it's not even a proper stomp. Is it like a proper 50-50, that string? I mean, I guess it's probably reactable. But she can do the same like June string that ends in a mid or a low. But the low is probably slower, so you can like react to it. If I had to guess. Quality metal sound effect. I don't know about this music though. Well, now that the actual music part's starting, it's not too bad, but I bet the arcade version is probably more musical. But like, especially during the win poses, I'm like kind of blown away about the detail in the faces and like even his fingers, that he's got these like articulated fingers. I just love the swooshing sound when he does that shit. I've never liked Jack, but I kind of like this design for him, as far as Jack designs go. Tekken 2 had good costume designs for sure. Had the best, I guess, I can't remember. I think it's this game that has like the sickest Kazuya with the... Doesn't he have like a jacket and sneakers and shit? Or maybe I'm just mixing it up with this 2-player costume in Tekken 1. Because I guess he's got the purple tux in this game. And his other costume probably is his standard one. But oh, fucking Changs. I've always disliked the Changs just because I found them kind of annoying. And they've got these strings that just kind of look weird, which is just like the weird, whatever you call it, when they do like launching off the ground with the like upwards kick, whatever. Fucking 10 strings. It's just one of those strings that the way the sort of frame data works out makes it have like a really weird feel to it. That I've just always kind of annoyed me. And dude, that shit. Oh. Again, 10 strings and shit. That's cool. I didn't know the great stuff was in these early games. I didn't remember it anyway. So I don't know. I've just never. I mean, I've always. Yeah, that move right there. I always disliked the way that move. Like the weird. Like she gets like plus frames, so she can like do the string, even though it seems like it should be a really slow move to do. It's just I don't know. Something about it just always felt kind of weird to me. Bow and arrow. Yeah, that's the fucking party crasher. That's a classic. So like both Michelle and Julia, visually, you know, I thought they were cool characters and everything, but they were just kind of annoying to me. So that's why I never kind of liked them, and I never really had much interest in playing them. But in Tag 2, they figured out how you salvage any character. Just make them a wrestler, and I'm not even bothered by all the other shit I disliked about them. Because I mained JC. One of the two characters or so I managed to, you know, 20% learn to try and mash my way through that game just a little bit. See, that doesn't look like it should combo. But I assure you I was holding back.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, that's not a string. All right. Nice and steady. Only character I hate fighting is Guile. Well, I'm a Guile main than ST, so... Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily mean I disagree, but... I think more about annoying matchups from his perspective. Ah. I just always, I mean, granted, we're getting later in the game, so I'm sure the computer is, like, the difficulty's amped up just a little bit. But I've always struggled with just defending against Changs in any Tekken game. Like, Changs, Nina, I mean, obviously you've got, like, Xiao Yu and Eddie and characters like that, but for me, like, Changs have always kind of been on that level. Theme's alright? It's fine. It's fine. I mean, so far, I think the music's been pretty good. Nothing too outstanding. Got a little luck there. I'm so fucking scared. I don't want to get up with an unsafe move. Just every time that hits, it bothers me. It just does not look like that should combo. I'm dead. ST is good. I don't like supers. I mean, the supers in ST are incredibly janky. Wow. But it's still a version of Street Fighter 2 I'd play. Well, yeah. Back-turn states are always so fucked up in 3D fighters. I feel like anytime I play a 3D fighting game, anytime a back-turn situation happens, it doesn't matter if I'm back-turned or the opponent is back-turned. It'll still always be, like, disadvantageous to me. Dude, how did I not punish that?
Round 1. Fight.
Alright, that worked.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, aside from JC intact, wow, the damage though. Needless to say, I'm so fucking scared to.
Final round. Fight.
Everything's a fucking mix-up, and if I hesitate or press the wrong direction, I eat like 30% damage. Wow. How did you block that? How did that whiff?
Hey, yo. You. Round one. Fight.
So if there's been any distinctions of note between Michelle and Julie, I've never been aware of them. Dude, this is that right there. This is why I've never liked Tekken much back in the day. Like, by the time I learned anything about them, like as far as mashing buttons, Tekken 2, the novelty of a 3D fighting game was cool. But the wake up game in Tekken is like they've kind of fixed it nowadays. Like I guess 6, 7 is kind of where it started. Because like even in 5, there's some really whack shit. At least in 5, you know, you can tech roll, but there's so many like tech traps and shit. But the general gist that like if you guess wrong on your wake up, you get knocked down again and you get put back in the same situation, basically. And so you could end up spending like an entire round just on your back, not getting to stand up again, which is just feels awful. Ah, how's that not a punish? No, I'm dead.
Hey, yo. You. Round one. Fight.
A little high, I guess. Nope. That's not actually the kick I was trying to do, but it worked out. It's probably faster than the other low, I'm not sure.
Fight.
Oh, like...
Perfect.
It's so frustrating.
Fight.
Like, in some ways, it feels incredibly smooth and responsive compared to many other fighting games of its time. But in some ways, it's just like so... not unresponsive or even necessarily clunky, but it's incredibly unforgiving.
Round one. Fight.
In the way a lot of like inputs work.
Hey,
Yep.
yo. Round two. Fight.
I mean, yeah, it's not you know, how do you put it? Completely absent or devoid of clunk. But like it's not the stiffness or clunkiness like that it doesn't register inputs or like it's not, you know, when I'm thinking of clunky fighting games for its time especially, like there's nothing less clunky than this. So I mean obviously it's aged, you can tell that it's not a current game, but it's more that it's like, I mean, it's kind of like Street Fighter 2 for that matter. Like, I like ST, but it's really difficult to play because the inputs are like super precise. And there's just less margin for error. I wouldn't say that this is the same way necessarily, although that might also be just me having less familiarity with Tekken. That it's hard to like. I have a less clear idea of what I'm. Can I? Of like what to expect, you know? It's kind of like, you know, if you're playing a game that you don't know very well online, like it can feel decent, but if it's a game you're more familiar with, everything that feels like just a little bit off about playing it, you know, lag and everything, it's gonna be, you're just gonna be more sensitive to it. So basically, I'm very insensitive to those kinds of things because I don't have a clear idea of what to expect, so to speak. But I've always felt like that, again, as far as like the wake up system goes, like there's a lot of different there's a lot of different actions you can perform, and to me it's like never felt super intuitive which action corresponds to which input. And honestly, like I've always taken issue with the idea that a lot of people like to espouse that Tekken's controls are intuitive because you have one button for each limb. And I've always, like, I've never understood the line of reasoning, because if I'm playing Street Fighter, I can strategically, if I don't know the character's normals, I can have a sense for when I would want to use a heavy attack or a light attack, or when I would use a punch or a kick or whatever. But I don't understand what the supposed, like, intuitive reasoning would be for when I would want to use a left versus right attack. How is it helpful? Like, how is it confusing or, like, disruptive? When you play Street Fighter, you press medium punch, you expect your character to use their right hand and they use their left? Like, what problem is solved by tying a button to a limb? Like, how that is supposed to be intuitive, it's like I've just never understood it. And yet it's something you hear so often. Not from, like, fighting game players, mind you, but... and for me, I've always had the kind of exact opposite problem with Tekken, where compared to something like Virtua Fighter, where you got guard, punch, and kick, and buttons have pretty clearly delineated uses and behaviors. Here, again, for the wake-up situation, like, you just have to learn and know... Wow, so that just tracks, okay. I mean, there are some universal kind of stuff. You know, you have your up forward 4 jump kicks. That's like a kind of a fast mid that launches. Like while rising attacks are often mids and they're often launchers and stuff like that. But that's just stuff you got to know. That's not intuitive. So for me, I've always felt that Tekken is not at all intuitive. Certainly not to the point where you'd count it as the game's strengths, you know. Yeah, Tekken is hella about learning how to block. I mean, not past a certain level, I'm sure. But if you don't know the strengths of the character you're fighting against, then you're going to get destroyed like I am now. But it's a game about learning how to block and learning how to stand up. I don't know, I think it's just like Tekken must have had a very successful, like, marketing campaign across its, you know, history, because, or I mean, whatever the word for it would be, because, you know, I'm not saying people who enjoy Tekken are wrong. There's certainly a lot of people who can enjoy games even if they can't properly verbalize why, or, you know, it's like some people, when it comes to food, some people can explain exactly what it is about food that they like. Some people just don't really have that ability, but that doesn't mean that they don't enjoy it. And I would say the same for something like Tekken. But it's a game that I think seems to have people explaining their liking of it. And again, I'm not talking about like serious Tekken players, but like it's a series that have had like widespread mainstream adoption and acceptance, despite the fact that it's very complicated and difficult. But those people who probably don't have a like super in-depth understanding or anything, but enjoyment nonetheless, they believe that it's like not that it's, you know, simple or that it's intuitive. Whereas like Virtua Fighter is kind of the opposite, where it's like super straightforward and logical and simple, but it's got this reputation for being super complex and not playable by mere mortals. Because I think, I mean, granted, any fighting game from the mid-90s is going to have stuff that's just like super weird and difficult. It's not the move I want to do.
Round 2. Fight.
But yeah, it's just kind of fascinated me how Tekken has kind of built this reputation and this image of, I mean, not just an image. I mean, it was super popular and definitely had a lot of people, you know, non-fighting game players. Like, yeah, I mean, most big fighting games had back then. They were like a popular mainstream genre. I just think it's interesting. It is. It is a difficult game. But I mean, I feel the same way about people who think Smash Brothers is like easy to play. I have the clap. Sorry to hear that, but thank you very much for the follow. For me, you know, obviously what you're used to is going to change things and whatnot, but the analog inputs required to play Smash Brothers, fucking finally, we got it. They're so difficult. The lack of quarter circle motions to me doesn't make Smash Brothers easier to play. Like it's
Round 1.
all right, fighting Peck. You know, in Street Fighter, maybe it's difficult to do an ultra combo, but in Smash Brothers, it's fucking difficult to walk instead of run. It's difficult to do a medium instead of a heavy, or, you know, whatever equivalent.
Round 2.
It's a weird camera angle for that, but it kind of looks different. I didn't really remember what Peck looked like in Tekken 2. And yeah, of course, like this guy's gonna have long ass strings that you just gotta know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Michelle's socks are zebra print. Don't get me wrong if I'm like sounding like I'm whining. Obviously, I'm just kind of frustrated. I think this is a really cool game, but it is kind of frustrating to play when you don't know it very well. Nope. Fucking everybody suplexing me left and right here. But this is the unlockable character that we're playing here, so... oh yeah, I guess Kaze is next and then Devil. That would make sense. They definitely seem to go easy on you first round.
Round 2. Fight.
Nope, that's not a mid. Nice, got him. What happened to Peck? He was in Tekken 5. Oh yeah, the different load screen. I remember that. I want to say there was like he was rumored to be dead or something. That always happens, right? But he was in 5. I don't think he was in 6. He was in Tag 2, of course. Everybody was in Tag 2.
Round 2. Fight.
Was he in 6? Well, like I said, I never played it. Ouch. Ah, fucking hell sweeps. Yeah, but this is cool. Like, I think Tekken 3 is obviously, you know, and fucking 10 strings. Like, who the fuck even who plays Tekken learns how to block 10 strings? Well, like, if he Cards goes for the God Fist, I can. Nice. Nice, we got him. Okay. Well, that was like the easy round, I guess. Peck was a lot faster than Julia anyway, though, or Michelle. Nice. There we go. Lucked out a bit there, but we'll take it. Does he get a cool boss cutscene? I don't remember. He gets a cool loading screen. Ah, there we go.
Round 1. Fight.
So, like, Tekken 3 is a cool game, by all means. I don't dislike it or anything, but I do think there's something about Tekken 2, just aesthetically. Like, I do think one of Tekken 3's kind of greatest strengths is that it is, for me, out of all of the Tekken games, Tekken 3 is the one I think that feels the most cutting edge, like, of its time. Tekken 3 just felt like it was so incredibly modern. Nope. Not that this didn't feel modern, but like Tekken 3 with some of the art and the music and the presentation was like incredibly polished. It just felt almost like futuristic in a way. And I think a lot, like I think Tekken 3 is kind of what codified a lot of Tekken's aesthetic identity. Especially after Tekken 4 kind of went in some different directions, which they kind of immediately walked back. And Tekken 5 was like Tekken 3 Part 2. And from there, like, things for the most part haven't changed that much. I mean, obviously, the games have changed, but in terms of the aesthetic sort of identity of Tekken. Ah, trying to fucking dash forward, but it just crouched. And I mean, especially looking at this now, having played Tekken 3 pretty recently, this really does feel, it feels more 90s. Like Tekken 3 somehow feels, it doesn't feel like it's from the 90s. Like it feels like it's newer than that somehow. And I think that goes into like some of the costume designs, the color choices, the music. It's really fascinating kind of seeing this and being able to contrast it with Tekken 3 for the first time in many, many years for me. Oh, I could have punched that, I'm sure. Oh my god, he actually did not break it. Of course. Get wind god fisted. But I mean, the good thing is the damage kind of cuts both ways, right? You're just a lucky 3 seconds away from winning. Oh.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
I guess I didn't even really think about it, but I guess Kazuya, he's like the last character you unlock in this game, right? He would have to be. Well, aside from Devil and I guess Roger and Alex probably. But like you'd have to get the other time release character before you get Kazuya, I would assume. right. Probably wasn't a punish. I don't think you can punish with a throw in this game, but... All right, we're looking pretty good here. Nice. There we go.
You win.
Man, this looks so fucking good. Oh, remember when Tekken had endings? Those were the days. Incredible, subtle comedy. Oh, there we go. I guess... Oh, dude, this song. This song owns hard. I was going to say also as far as like Tekken 2 having... or Tekken Post 3 having a different kind of style and an identity to it. I mean, this is the last game before... Like, Tekken 3 had the time skip, right? Tekken 3 is set like 17 years after Tekken 2. I was just distracted because there's like a Swedish poem here, which is also, it's in the intro. And I remember, no, actually it's in the intro of Tekken 3, I think. There's like girl whispering in Swedish. And I remember having seen that intro like 50 times before it registered in my mind. It's like, holy shit, they're speaking Swedish in this intro. So what the fuck is that? That was weird. But yeah, so like Tekken 3 advanced the timeline, and since Tekken 3, it's basically, you know, for all intents and purposes, time has not really advanced. I guess Xiaoyu looked older in Tekken 4, and then she kind of aged backwards in Tekken 5 again. But because, you know, it makes sense in that sense, I suppose, right? Like that Tekken 1 and 2 are kind of part of a different generation, and then after Tekken 3, it is, you know, it's a different... Even if Tekken 3 itself is more than 20 years old at this point. But I was thinking about that, seeing the way Paul looks in the ending, right? Like young Paul. And it's not necessarily that he looks that much older in 3. He has a beard. Like the quality of the CG advanced such that the characters just look better defined, even if they don't necessarily look much older. And like Law, right? Martial Law is not in Tekken 3 because you play as his son, who kind of looks young. And then Martial came back in 4, and he grew a little beard, I guess, but he didn't really look older. And it, you know, I guess the characters now, they look slightly older than in this game, but they don't look fucking 20 years older. Oh, let's fucking watch this. That's so good. This part is so fucking sick right now. This. Like this entire intro, it's like I cannot watch this without getting fucking goosebumps. Like this is just the best intro. But like I just super duper love that part at the end where like all the time release characters like flash by and they all do like cool moves and poses and shit. It's so sick. Yeah, it's because I was about to think like who actually were in this game. It's like right, they fucking show it in the intro. It's got Anna, Lee, Beck, Kudomitsu, Wang. Was Kuma in there? I forget. And then of course you got Alex and Roger. Even Angel shows up. Man, it's like I don't like Tekken mechanically a lot, but like oh, there's so much about this that's so fucking sick. But there are Tekken games I like, you know, better mechanically than this for sure. But yeah, I've always really enjoyed a lot of the characters and the aesthetics of Tekken. Uchi84, hello, happy Friday. Yeah, Kuma's in the game. I just couldn't remember if we saw him in the intro or not. So I guess we do have autosave enabled, so it should be saved, but survival, time attack, team battle. Remember when fighting games had like fun modes? It's not a thing anymore. I like, by the way, we saw in the intro too. Yeah, we got back here. Yeah, Lei looks fucking older here than in newer games, I feel like. I mean, he looks pretty rough in 7, I guess, but oh, fucking timers. What's her other costume? I guess we'll see. Oh, Tekken Bowling in 7 is so shit. Oh, that was her other costume. Huh. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? I forget. Let's actually... Interesting. Like, training modes were relatively new at this point. Oh yeah, right. When you see Law in the intro, you see his tracksuit from Tekken 1 hanging in the background. Which is a nice little touch. Right, it's got this. It's interesting because yeah, even in this game, some of the costumes are like both Jun and Lei. The costumes that they wear on all the artwork and the cutscenes and shit is like their 2-player costumes. Because this is his regular costume. This King costume is the best, by the way. Also, I guess the stage is this King stage. I mean, I guess it. I guess I'm thinking of Tekken 1, where he's at on the like tropical island stage. This just makes me think of Heihachi stage in Tekken 3. So what's her like default then? I don't think there's other characters we didn't really get to see. Well, whatever. Yeah, that is King stage. Yeah, it makes sense because I'm pretty sure you play in like their stage. Actually, I should pick someone. Oh yeah, right. But I definitely like her. What's that? Her imps are different. Wait, well, of course it's different. Yeah, there we go. How do I do this string? I forget. Ah, well, whatever. Well, Tekken 2. I as much as I might have sworn about being frustrated having to fight Michelle, it's a very likable game. But we cleared one playthrough. We've been hopped into training mode to look at some costumes, and we looked at both intros several times. So I think we'll call time there. And I shall set up for a new raffle. So give me a minute, guys. Oh boy. I need to close some tabs here for this to kind of work. Give me a minute, guys. No, wait, what the? There we go. Raffle is now open. Jay, what's up? No holographic Xavier. That's true. We might be stuck in track mode for a bit, so why don't we set it to arcade music. Well, I'm gonna skip this. Not because I wouldn't want to watch it, but I kind of want to see if we get some gameplay and get to hear the music. I need to go mark this off as played. And we played this on the 2020-11. It's the... What's the day? 13th. It's Friday the 13th. Right, I forgot. So that's one game done tonight. And you, my friends, shall be the decider of what game we play next. Oh yeah, right. Prototype Jack. Yeah, I think I probably prefer the arcade soundtrack. It's very video gamey. Nothing wrong with the arranged soundtrack, though. I like that the time records here are very generous. Although I wonder if you need to 1cc time attack mode. I'm actually not sure. All right, well, we've got a handful of entrants here for the raffle. We'll do a last call here. If anyone wants to join the raffle, have a chance to pick the next game, just type raffle in chat. It's kind of cool, by the way, that they have the time release characters in the attract mode. That's a cool touch. I mean, I guess it's just like that in the arcade. Because they even have the insert coin stuff here, which I, even as a kid, I thought was cool. Jack's sound effects are good. But see, like, back in these games, Jack kind of looked human in his proportions. He's gotten, like, uglier with every game. Although I never really liked him in the first place. Anyway, guys, let's do it. The winner. Boom. Lamp Station. Congrats. Oh, yeah, Gondru is in this, too. I always think of the time release characters as being mostly clones, but I guess it's a bit half and half. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Sorry, Shadonius, you are just too late. Just barely missed it, but stick around and we'll do another raffle whenever we're done with the next game. Lamp Station, are you around to claim your victory? X-Men versus Street Fighter. Let me see here. Aha. We did play the arcade version, but we now get to play the Saturn version. The Saturn version requires the use of the RAM cart, which is famously finicky, so it might take me a little while to boot this up and get it working. But I will gladly play some X-Men vs. Street Fighter. It's a game I have very, very fond memories of. The first Street Fighter game, and only really, that I ever got to play in the arcade. Local laser tag place that had some arcade games imported a Japanese copy of the game when it was brand new, and we'd never even heard of it. We fucking freaked the fuck out when we saw it. It was like a deluxe 30-something inch screen and sit-down cabinet. That shit was awesome. Anyway, I'm gonna need to do a little bit of setup, so I'm gonna hop on over to my BRB screen, and we'll return with some X-Men vs. Street Fighter. See you guys in a little bit. I just realized I never muted my mic, so I hope I didn't bump into shit. Made too many loud noises. Just drop my controller on the floor. So let's see, this might take a couple of attempts before we get it. Let me update this. Yep. Your 4 megabyte RAM cartridge is not correctly inserted. Turn off the power, insert the cartridge, and turn it back on. This is how it goes. We'll update this in the meantime, I guess. And we'll just hope that we can get it to work. Oh boy, this is just out of reach too. Like I forget if it's something with the cartridge slot, but I know that the 4 meg RAM cart in particular, for whatever reason, is famously, if not infamously, finicky. What does a cartridge look like? Well, if I have to pull it out, I can show you. Yeah, there we go. Ah. It looks like so. Expansion RAM cartridge, 4 megabyte. So the Saturn has a cartridge slot behind the disk drive, which can house either a RAM expansion or a like memory card type cartridge to save on. There was a 1 megabyte RAM cartridge as well, but it was not used by that many games. I think it was used by some SNK games. Like KOF 95 came with a ROM cartridge. So KOF 95 has a unique cartridge that shipped with the game that has part of the game like on the cartridge. So it loads the game from the disc, but it also loads stuff from the cartridge for like instant access or whatever. That's my layman's understanding of it anyway. And then there was a 1 megabyte cartridge, which I think maybe like KOF 96 and 97 used. I believe, so the version I have is the one you see right next to my face here. The bundle, the box, which is how X-Men vs. Street Fighter was originally released. Because this was, I think this was the first game that used the 4 meg cart. Because I think Children of the Atom did not use it. And because this game came out, you know, no one had a cartridge beforehand, so it didn't make sense to sell the game without it. But as they put out more games that used the cartridge, there was a version released of this that was only the disc. But KOF 95, I believe, is the only game that has its own unique cartridge. Because again, it has like data specific. So that version, like you can't buy just a KOF 95 disc without the cartridge because it wouldn't run. Are we getting it? Ah, oh, there we go. But the worst part is, like, at least, thankfully, this game requires the cartridge. There are also games that don't require the cartridge, but if you play without it, you get, like, less animation. This soundtrack is fucking the best. this intro, like the presentation of this game is like fucking 200 out of 10. I mean, of course, I'm got so many strong nostalgic memories for this game. The big ass arcade machine, but even so, like it's like the music I think is really good. Like all the Marvel character themes are really cool. The Street Fighter characters have awesome remixes. All these portraits and illustrations, like even this, the giant text, the big ass full screen supers. The voices, like this is everything is so fucking perfect in this game. Variable hero battle. Yeah, this fucking Macho Man Randy Savage handshake is like the most incredible. Like, yeah, it's just the ultimate crossover. Yeah, dude, I flipped out so fucking hard. So I remember we there was this game shop I used to hang out in. I was in like I would have been in like 6th grade or something, I guess. And I used to hang out there after school and play games with other kids my age for the most part. And I had played Children of the Atom. I remember in some store at once or twice. And not that far away from this game store was this it kind of was an arcade, I guess. It was like a laser tag place, but on the ground floor they had basically an arcade, pinball machines and stuff. And they occasionally got these like bigger new machines and stuff, but it was kind of a mixture of things. But I remember a few of us were hanging out in this game shop, and this other guy that we knew kind of basically came running into the store like out of breath, excitedly trying to explain there was this new amazing game that had X-Men and Street Fighter in it. And I thought he was talking about Children of the Atom, and I thought he was like, oh, it's like X-Men, it's an X-Men game, but it's like Street Fighter. And I was like, oh yeah, I mean, that game was pretty cool. It's, but in the arcade, that's awesome, Because I didn't grow up with arcade games. Neo Geo games were around because they were cheap. But I'd never seen the arcade version of Street Fighter 2. I'd never seen the arcade version of, I don't know, Mortal Kombat, NBA Jam, like all these other games that were like huge arcade games. Like I never saw them. The idea of seeing a game in the arcade and then eventually waiting to be able to play the game at home was just not an experience I'd ever had, because that's not how I sort of encountered games. So the fact that I thought of this, I knew what it was, but cool to see it in the arcade. But no, it's not X-Men but Street Fighter. It's X-Men versus Street Fighter. And just seeing this and like hearing all these, and even the X-Men cartoon show hadn't been on TV in Sweden. I'd read the comics and I liked the X-Men, but the connection to the cartoon with the voices and everything wasn't something. Even like hearing the characters speak was like something I'd barely experienced before. And yeah, it just absolutely ultra blew me away. And it's also fun too because it's in the arcade at least, it's like a really easy game. And I can say that because I 1CC'd this game when I was an idiot child who didn't know how to play fighting games. But it was really cool because getting to see Apocalypse was like not an unusual thing. And like playing versus mode was not a big thing. All of us who liked playing it, we just took turns playing the CPU. But just the presentation of everything is just so fucking incredible in this game. And there's a lot of cool touches, just like in all the other Capcom fighting games and in Children of the Atom and stuff, like references to X-Men, Marvel Universe stuff. But mostly it's like these somewhat generic in terms of the type of location like this, but they're really gorgeous and it just works really well. Then you have shit like the street level with the multiple floors. There's like the TV game show, like shopping mall stages and shit. This was so incredible. And then like Marvel versus Street Fighter was such a hack job where they like sort of chopped everything up from this game. Even though every subsequent versus game like iterated on the mechanics, I don't think they ever topped this in terms of presentation. And like Marvel versus Street Fighter just had a worse roster. I mean, some of the new characters were welcome, but it was missing a lot of the characters that I liked from this game. I just realized that I kind of urgently need to go to the bathroom, and I was like, well, maybe I don't need to go right now, but I don't want to have to take a break right in the middle of this. So I'm just going to step away for 2 minutes at most. And then we're going to finally play some fucking X-Men vs. Street Fighter. I just had to give the lore because this is a game that's very near and dear to my heart. But we'll be back with some very hot X-Men and Street Fighter action right after this. All right, let's fucking do this.
This is X-Men
Versus Street Fighter. Dude, this announcer's so fucking good. The credit sound. Everything is so fucking good at this game. I'm assuming you get, yeah, punch and kick on Lunar. I am unfortunately forced to play this on pad. I don't have a stick, nor a kind of stick solution. Like converter of some sort for my Saturn, which is something I would like to get. Luckily, the Saturn pad is great, but I would still vastly prefer a stick for this. How many stars can you set the turbo? Let's find out. 4, I guess. I forget if this game had a like turbo select thing on the character select. I don't think it did, but I'm gonna leave it as default. Ushi84 redeemed. This game is anime. Sure is. This character select screen, this music, it's just never been topped. Like everything about this is so fucking good, and also the character art. Like in the previous Marvel games, X-Men and Marvel superheroes, they reused just original comics art, and just this Capcom original art is just so much infinitely better. At least like in terms of how it fits in with everything. I never liked the character portraits in Marvel superheroes and Children of the Atom because they just never really quite fit in. Can I? Oh, no, we just kick buttons. Yeah, gotta go with Cammy. This is like pretty much my favorite version of her. I always love the voice that she has in this game. It always. Oh yeah, we can play as Goki as well. She's got this kind of weird, I don't know. In the modern games where she has an English voice, she has a British accent, which to me never made sense because it's not like she grew up in England. And then the Japanese voices always, well, I guess the Japanese Street Fighter 4 and 5 voices are all right. They're pretty good. But I don't like it as much as this voice, and I absolutely hate her, both her 03 voice and her CVS2 voice, which are different, but they both sound like an 8-year-old. As someone who grew up with Street Fighter 2, these portraits are an abomination. I don't know, as someone who grew up with Street Fighter 2, I think they're pretty awesome. But hey, to each their own. So I'd probably, usually in this game, I'd go with, like, Ryu is one of the characters I play the most. Kind of like Cyclops. I don't know who I can, like, kind of use well, but let's go with Ryu. Oh yeah, you do get this. Well, I think we'd go with normal. This versus screen. Of course, you get a bit of a load time here. In the arcade, it's like closes up and then... But, I mean, it's not like the load times are that long.
Ready. Fight.
Oh, the sound effects, like... No, that's not what I meant to do. Oh yeah, Adult Sim's like recovery is kind of weird. So he's got like a bunch of Adult Sim only infinites and shit. Oh yeah, you can't DHC in this game, I guess. This game has like infinites out the ass, by the way. But it's not like I really know them or anything. I mean, I never learned to play this game beyond an extremely casual level. But yeah, of course, I mean, Street Fighter 2 was ancient history by this point, I guess. But certainly as far as like, I mean, Cammy is the one character who they redrew so they can put her in the game. Oh, gotta block that. Oh, I just love that, like the KO shit. Completed, sir. Ah, the win post so good. You get the Z for the 0 for the Street Fighter characters and the big X for the X-Men characters. Ah, dude, I can't not have a giant smile on my face when I play this game. It's just everything about it is perfect.
Ready. Fight.
And the remixes are generally really cool. But I guess they gave her a totally different song, which I didn't remember at all. Unless this is from 02 Alpha, maybe. How do I do the... They changed some of the commands, so I don't remember how to do the hooligan. The game definitely has a little bit of weirdness in a similar fashion to... to stuff like Street Fighter, or like Super Turbo and like... oh, that doesn't combo. I thought it might for some reason. Where like certain characters are just like, their moves are kind of much better served by the systems than other characters. Ah, that's the beginning of an infinite that I haven't gotten down at all. Let's try that again. All right. Probably didn't combo, but it works. You can press start. To start moving again, you can do cool poses. Come on, mon ami. I never liked Gambit that much as a character, but his voice is pretty good. I'll do Cyclops. It's like 800 frame forward walk animation. His theme song's so good too. Oop, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Let's play a bit as Ryu.
Gene flight. Gene flight.
You can jump up there, like if you time it correctly, you can.
Optic blast. Optic. Optic blast.
Let's see. Can Ryu not do? Maybe only Ken can do the air Shoryu.
Optic blast.
Oh yeah, you can. Oh, the air throws. Oh, dude, I love that move. It's so weird, but I love it.
Gene flight.
Let's well do this. That's how you do a safe tag. And combo it anyway. I guess it's not safe on block, but.
Superb.
Stay frosty, people. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but I guess we comboed into it, so it works out. Oh, right, it's just cortical back kick. They like simplify the motions for a lot of moves. I think she's got the... Oh, right. Killer Bee Assault. Can I? Trying to see if I can do the... Alright. I don't think she's got the... Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but... Oh yeah, I can do this. Nope. Oh, maybe you can't... No, you should be able to do supers. He can do sweep into Tatsu super. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Cammy only has those two supers. She doesn't have the... what's it called? Reverse screw breaker? Whatever, like the vertical cannon drill.
Ready. Fight.
This game, Atomic Runner, I don't know a lot of Infinite specifically, but I know this game has a lot of them. This stage is so gorgeous. Combo up with throws, huh? There's actually a lot of... it was called uncombos at the time, the common vernacular, but you can kind of throw... you can like purposefully drop a combo. I love that little bounce. You're supposed to be able to do it in a way that I don't think you can tech or something. That's just like a thing you can do at least. Ah, can't get it down. Yeah, there we go. I can't fucking believe, by the way, that they changed aerial rave to air combo in the English version. That's such bullshit. Of course, I only played the Japanese version at the time, so I didn't see the English version of this until years later when it was emulated. And I was like, what the heck? Yeah, in Marvel Supers versus Street Fighter, they added Beast sitting next to him. Oh, it's so good. Comic page background and everything. Well, they kind of they didn't create original levels or stages for Marvel versus Street Fighter. They just kind of rejiggered these ones a little bit. I want to say that... No, I was going to say I thought there was a Savage Land stage in that game, but I think that was just in MSH. That was Wolverine stage, I think. Storm was a very popular character in this game, at least in my neck of the woods. She's a very easy character in some ways. Oh yeah, Kami can double jump. Oh, okay. Probably 90s parents freaking out. Well, that I'll buy that, but I also say it's not like Capcom USA weren't famous for like needlessly changing the names of everything and everyone in localization for God knows what reason. What's the back punches? No, back kick, probably. Sick. Not what I meant to do, but it works. I don't think. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. No, I wanted to do the team super. That's fine. Oh, this is a really good remix of Natch's theme, though. As our most. Wow, he just went straight down. But I remember distinctly when playing this also, like, feeling like this game delivering on what I felt that, like, Street Fighter Alpha should have been in terms of the, like, super combos and stuff. Because, you know, I never got to play Super Turbo. Ah, there we go. They do a taunt. Oh. Let's do that. Cool pose. So, like, my sort of experience with super combos in fighting games, like, was mostly from, like, seeing screenshots in magazines and stuff. And I guess I eventually played the PlayStation version of Street Fighter Alpha 1. And it's like, oh, I guess they weren't as flashy as I... Like, basically what supers look like in this game is kind of what I had pictured supers to always have been. I mean, even in X-Men, Children of the Atom, they're not nearly as flashy as they are here. You don't get that big, like, super freeze and stuff like that. Oh, wow. Ooh, kind of tag, but I kind of want to do super. There we go. Ah, didn't quite kill him, but got him. I love the way he bounces on his belly. Oh, dude, Magneto's music. I love this intro. But his Children of the Atom, like, boss fight is so sick. Ah, fucked it up. Whoops. He's a bit toned down compared to that game in this one. He can't, like, just hover up in the corner and do infinite projectiles like that, like he does in that game. Nice, that actually worked. I guess you I don't think you can. Yeah, you can't. Don't get to move your character if you do the team super. Yeah, Dictator and Magneto, they make a good duo. I am the apocalypse. I love this intro. I forget if you can change. The apocalypse. Kiamio Yokoso. This is pretty fast. I was also blown away when I learned that they removed these dialogues in the English version. Fucking Capcom USA. Oops, I didn't mean to tag with that. Ooh, drill coming in. Nope, not yet. All right, I got a little lucky there. Nice trade. It's such a cool boss fight, though, even if it can be a bit of a pushover. And there we go. Final match. You have to defeat your partner. I remember I lost once when I played this in the arcade. I game overed on this fight and was very disappointed. Yeah, you two-player, like, you cannot join in this fight. It's blocking a lot. There we go. Wow. Okay. I just wanted to like throw him and shit. Ah. No, okay, I thought I'd do the super. I guess I will fucking lose now because I can't fucking hit him. Wow. Probably could have comboed another super, actually. Ah. I tried to do the super to chip him out, but whew. This is like the worst shame to lose this match. Battle is over. Apocalypse is dead. Cammy, who's been under mind control, regains all of her memories. I'm Matsuo Tsurayaba of the Hand. You used to be a member of our organization. Why don't you come back to us, Cammy? Solok's like, nope, not having any of that. It's like, what? Where do I go? I have nowhere to return to. Solok's like, hey man, gotta create your own fate. You're not bound to your past. Music's messing up a little bit here. There we go. Joining Delta Red. These endings are so fucking good too. Not just cool artwork, but like just the way they integrate all these characters and story bits and stuff. That all the characters that aren't in the game. We didn't really see it actually, but or I didn't point it out anyway. But on Apocalypse's stage, he's got all these little tubes with characters in them, like all these like kidnapped X-Men and Street Fighter characters. And I think for Marvel versus Street Fighter, they also changed, they added or they replaced some of the characters. So I want to say you can see like Forge is there, maybe like Iceman or somebody. I can't remember. But of course, a lot of them also show up in like endings and stuff. Yeah, the art's fucking out of control for sure. I just absolutely love this game. What's up, Mark? Happy Friday. Yeah, the Marvel voices are pretty much all of them, I think, the same as the cartoon. Well, the characters who appeared in it anyway. I'm sure by at least MVC and Marvel 2. I'm just typing MVC because I was saying Marvel. Let's do that, I guess. There's complete autopilot there. That's cool. Not sure if this is going to be saved anyway. Not that I really care. It's not like you have unlockables or anything in this that I know of anyway. I mean, this is the arcade game I know and love, so I'm not missing any other features. I mean, it would be great to have a trading mode. It would be great to have ending gallery and stuff. Obviously, anything you would see in fighting games these days, or those days, really. Some of them doing it anyway would be nice, but you're here for the action, and I mean, this is a tremendous port as well. I know it's not perfect. I know there are like infinites and stuff that are only in this version, but overall, like the Saturn versions of the Capcom arcade games were excellent. Unlike the PlayStation versions, they run at the correct resolution, and they have the PlayStation versions are super gimped. I mean, the PlayStation versions of this and Marvel vs. Street Fighter doesn't even have tagging. They're like one-on-one fighting games. Marvel vs. Street Fighter has a weird mode where that has tagging, but you only pick one character, and your partner is your opponent. Like, both teams are the same two characters. That's like how they were able to shoehorn that in. And I remember playing that. A friend of mine had been to like Thailand on vacation and bought like a hockey trunk full of pirated games. And he got the PlayStation version of Marvel vs. Street Fighter. And I had never played it at that point, but I had played this a bunch. So I was really confused because I'd never seen the arcade game. It didn't occur to me that it was a PlayStation port thing. It was just like, but why can't you tag? Like, what's up with this? And they even had the gall to call it Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter EX or something like that to like distinguish it from the real game where you can actually tag. Some PlayStation ports are better than others. Like generally the Marvel, like the Versus games are pretty bad because the gameplay mechanics are so sort of gimped. But even like the Street Fighter Alphas and the Darkstalkers and everything, all of them are like missing animation and stuff. Audio quality is generally pretty bad. And for the most part, the Saturn versions are superior. Street Fighter 03 on PlayStation does have some of those issues, but it at least has a lot of cool extra content. And I wouldn't call it a bad port by any means, but it's far from arcade perfect. These games on the Saturn get a lot closer. Could you tag in the Saturn version without the RAM card? No, you cannot, because you cannot start the game without the RAM card. This game requires the RAM card, which actually I was about to say that earlier and I got super sidetracked. This game requires the RAM card, which is a good thing, not only because the game doesn't need to make compromises, but also when the cartridge is having a bit of a day and you don't know if it's inserted correctly or not, you'll know very clearly because the game won't boot up. If you have a game that gets like enhanced with the RAM cartridge, you'll insert it, the game will boot up, and you will think you're using the cartridge, but nah, it wasn't actually recognized. But because the game will boot anyway, it won't give you like an error message, and that can be quite the nuisance. But I don't know super well what games are like that. I think maybe like Vampire Hunter might be one of those that like can use the cartridge. I think Capcom games generally used it, but I don't remember off the top of my head which games required it and didn't. Generally speaking, like it has a compatibility mode, so to speak, for the 1 meg cartridge games too. I think most of the SNK games, King of Fighters, Samurai Showdown and stuff, used the 1 meg cart, but they can also use this cartridge. Although
X-Men versus Street Fighter.
I got one of these too. This is the 1 Mega Drive cartridge. I wish 1 megabyte RAM cartridge. So it's a bit redundant, but I want to say that this is maybe a little less finicky. So if I were to play a game that uses that, maybe I'll try to use it instead of this moody 4 meg cart. Well, playthrough of this is pretty quick, so
This is X-Men versus
Street Fighter. Let's do another credit. Actually, no, fucking, I pressed down twice and I skipped over versus mode. And it's, oh my god, I'm not doing great. Fuck it, let's boot it up again. Fucked it up very badly. I was just trying to go to the options menu. Speaking of Alpha 3, the GBA version, yeah, what were they, Crawfish? Was that the name of the developer? I think they did that, and did they also do Super Turbo Revival? No, I think they did, no, maybe I'm just thinking of them doing that and also the PSP version of GBA, or, wow, of 03. I forget. They did Alpha 1 on Game Boy Color. Right, okay, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Because I thought they did something more. But because I think ST Revival, it might not have been internal Capcom, but I think it was Japanese developed. Maybe not. That one is a little weird. It's got some really cool new artwork and stuff, and like even original stages, but not exactly my preferred version of ST. Well, we're not going to want to play this. Wow, whoa. Oh shit, you did unlock stuff, I guess. Wow, I didn't even realize. Because we got negative diamond turbo and 2 negative diamonds, but also it now goes up to 8. It only went up to 4 previously. You also have combo gauge. Lamp station redeem, choose my fighter, Wolverine. Okay, we're doing Wolverine then. Trap's getting excited. Yeah, because I was about to say like, oh yeah, let's crank it up all the way to 4 stars, and I pressed left one because it was like this. Oh, let me just press left one so it'll wrap around. Like, huh? Wait, what? And then it goes all the way here. So we'll do this. I'll do a proper. I'll play Wolverine proper, but we'll just because I'm even at 4 stars, I wouldn't have thought this is something we will actually. I don't think you want to play like this, but I am curious to see what it's like. So combo gauge full is. I'm assuming that means super meter. We gotta try negative too, also. But I guess we just get full super meter like this.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't save. I'm not sure what the status of my internal memory is though, but that's whatever. It's not like playing. Well, I guess maybe you can unlock more stuff. Let's go Goki. Goki! So I guess you gotta pick turbo to get the turbo speed. You should try turning off panel, because I have no idea what that actually does either.
Let's go.
Yeah, but it's less different than I expected. Less extreme. I mean, it's incredibly a lot faster, you know, but... Yeah, it's not very easy timing combos. Oh, I tried to throw him, but... Panel, yeah, that could be actually. Got him. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, that's his quarter circle forward super, and I think it's like half circle forward for... Oh yeah. Oh, dude, I fucking love this. His little animation is like jump fireball super is so cool. Oh yeah, I think maybe it's no, he's got the... Oh right, it's Ken.
Rookie.
I love that shit. If you play as you and Ken, and you do the tag super, Ken will do the super Hadouken. But he that's the only time he can do it. I don't think we saw all the stages, because this should... Yeah, I love this stage. It's so cool. I love that too, like Rogue. Just kind of mimics the announcer. Like, I'm not sure if that's what it's supposed to be. But the announcer just goes, ready. It's just, ready. I just love that shit. There's some weird... unique combos in this corner, by the way, because you can bounce off of that truck. I love that throw. And I want to say that they removed that in Marvel vs. Street Fighter, because this stage is in that game too, of course. Oh, the super weapon X, that's super. Oh, the big old X at the end. Oh, there we go. Just looks so fucking cool. As does everything in this game. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, he's got the electric attack, or, like, effect. Okay, the arcade doesn't drop frames like that, I'm pretty sure. Ah. What's up, Killer Miller? We set the turbo speed up to the max of 8 stars. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not faster. We think we dropped down in the sewer. That dog was pissed. I'm afraid I have to say that whatever you're talking about, I didn't quite pick up on it because there's a lot else on my mind. I might struggle to win if we make it that far. To win the final battle against my tag partner. Oh. Well, I guess we have infinite meter. It doesn't really matter. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. I tried to push block, but I wasn't blocking. That should go through. Nice. Okay. Whoop. There we go. Whew. Ah. You get so much less time there because it's running faster too. Probably running too fast for the set. Yeah, that could be too. I mean, normally what turbo modes do in these games is basically just frame skipping. I wouldn't think it would be that performance dependent, but I guess I don't. Dude. This music's so cool too. Fucking super armor. Yeah, but even just landing that super, like, you know. But it's probably somewhat, at least, a turbo mode thing. Dude, air throws, like fucking Goki's pile driver. I guess it's like an Izuna drop or something, but... throws, like, everything is so, like, just how they change the animations and effects and stuff on every little thing is, like, so fucking good. Oh, boy. No. Okay, it hits, but it didn't actually go into the super. I was in the startup of my super. No, he picks it up, but I guess he didn't have time to get close enough. Oh, my hands. Yeah. Press all 3 punches when in guard. You do advancing guard to push the opponent back.
Game over.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should change to cap when you press AAA. All right, let's try 2 diamonds turbo speed. Whatever that means. I guess it's probably slower. Shortcut, I think, is like quick character select, like without all the fancy graphics. But the load times are so quick in this anyway, so not really a big deal. Let's do normal. I would assume panel is life bars, but let's turn it off. We can do Wolverine again. Maybe we'll get a better look at what he can do. I want to say, let's... if I remember this correctly. Yeah, there we go. I definitely prefer her Street Fighter 2 costume, but I thought it was a cool little Easter egg that you hold the start button for 5 seconds and then you pick her and you get the Zero costume. I hadn't really thought about it until now, by the way, but oh my god. I mean, it's cool to adore the animation, I guess. I guess it makes sense, you know. Turbo speed is frame skip, so negative turbo would be just padded extra frames. It wouldn't run at, you know, it would run at a lower frame rate. Feels weird. Super Nintendo mode? Yeah, I guess. Okay, yeah, I guess that was the... I was about to say that opponent was like... I was like, oh, didn't I notice until now that the portraits, like, the HUD is, like, scaled? So it's probably something to do with the resolution or something. Get, like, the wider... Or maybe... No, I guess the portraits were underneath the life bars. Because they are like this in the arcade. To the best of my recollection, anyway. I guess this would make it a lot easier to hit confirms. I'm glad the music is still full speed at least. Yeah, it's like cool that you just get to see more of the animation and stuff. And, like even the portraits for Chun-Li are different with a different costume. Like just the effort that went into this game. Like it just feels not a single thing about this game feels like half baked.
Let's go, bub.
Ready. Fight.
Oh yeah, you could do like you could repeat his medium punch. I forgot about that. Isn't it like trying to figure out his drill claw? Isn't it like same button, strength, punch, and kick to do the drill claw? I feel like it should be. He can't do the drill claw in midair. Ah! Or the, well, tornado is what I meant, but... Isn't it like, I don't know, maybe it's like double tap forward. Like there's a weird command for the drill claw. Or it's like not a quarter circle or anything like that. Oh, let's do this. We can play it Chun-Li a little bit. Not the best team super. Oh, that looks so cool too. Yeah, she's got an air dash. Accidental Hyakuretsukyaks will happen in this game. That's so cool. Fucking everything in this game is so cool. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's like startup pose. Fucking everything is so cool in this game. The animation is incredible. But I don't think we'll play through another. Yeah, there we go. Love that kick. Looks so cool. I don't think we'll play through the entire game like this. Although, yeah, okay. I was gonna say maybe we will. And then it's like, nah, we're still only on fight 3. The fights are pretty slow.
Let's go, bub.
Ready.
Come on, mon ami.
Nami.
Fight.
Moonlight Bomber. Good guy up there. Like you get to see so much of the like the bounciness in the animation, like all the poses are like overshot and they sort of hold them and sort of bounce like that. And at full speed, you don't really like. It's one of those things where you feel it, but you don't necessarily see it. But playing it at this speed, you kind of see it more clearly. Like you see there every hit in the combo. And his claws just bounce like crazy. Oh. Well, she's got like a double, triple jump and shit. I guess it's easier to get like maximum mashing damage also. Oh, the Ken's remix is so fucking good in this too. There's a little pose at the end too. It's so fucking good. Yeah, you get to see all the stuff you don't like quite get to appreciate otherwise. Like I wouldn't want to play the game like this, but it's pretty fucking cool. So is it? She's got the Tenshoku. Yeah, it is a charge move, right? Like Chun-Li is one of those characters. I think her fireball might also be charged. Like her motions just change with every game. No, it's. I guess it's half circle. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. I guess charge moves, you have to charge them a lot longer. Yeah, he always does the multiple Shoryukens. It's like difficult to time combos.
Chun-Li, win!
This game's pretty fucking good, guys. I want to see if we can go to the mall stage. Just what I was about to say. Like I always think of this game as not having that many stages, but I still feel like we didn't see half of these on our previous playthrough. But probably everything just went by so fast. Now, not so much. We can take the time to enjoy. Yeah, I just love these kids who do these fucking uppercuts. Yeah, I like when you do cool shit. Like the perspective, like everything is so fucking immaculate about these backgrounds. Like in a sense, the stages in this are just as, well, not just as nonsensical, but they're just as kind of whatever random as they are in like Marvel 2 or certain other games. But they're still, I mean, they're still like gorgeous pixel art, which, you know, helps. But they also feel like locations you would see in an X-Men comic, you know, which I think really works. The, you know, fucking clown circus, clock towers, whatever in Marvel 2, not so much. I just honestly, like, there's something about the locations that just feel really appropriate for the game. Yeah, I can break that shit, of course. Someone's holding on to a mannequin for dear life back there. It feels like you'd have to charge animations or motions for so long, but oh, I didn't quite mean to do that. Now you press both heavies to tag. It's not super difficult to do by mistake. Oh yeah, he's got the dive kick, of course. Yeah, both the kids, they're like head swaps, basically. There's the guy on the left and that kid over there. I'm trying to do the super, but you might actually need to use 3 buttons. Okay. Oh, I guess I bounced off. Tried to do the super, but... there's no... Hey, you see the like the bounciness in her kick too, so good. There's no super cancels in this. I mean, you can't cancel specials into super. But yeah, the combo system in this is like kind of underdeveloped in the way that it's weird and like characters can make very different levels of use of the system. But compared to like having played this game a lot, going back to Children of the Atom, I always kind of think of it, oh well, it's you know, it's like the versus games, but it really isn't. Like that game is so crude compared to this in terms of that kind of stuff. That's not gonna reach, is it? I guess it's reached, but wasn't fast enough. I tried to do the super, but if you press 3 kicks, that's the shortcut for, like 3 punches is shortcut for dash, and 3 kicks is shortcut for super jump. Oh yeah, they built a new ice cream stand pretty quick, I guess. Oh, I think I did a wall jump, maybe. Nah, you definitely can do supers with 2 punches. Oh, this is kind of cool. That's usually a lot faster.
Wolverine, win!
Rookie.
It's on wheels. Yeah, I guess they just rolled in another ice cream cart. Like, this game's just fucking ultimate cool. Does not get cooler than this. Well, I guess we'll... Shit. The game doesn't have that many stages.
Ready.
So I guess probably after this, we're doing Dictator Magneto. I think that's always the last fight before Apocalypse, but I could be wrong. Wow, this feels even slower now, though.
Let's go.
Huh. Didn't quite combo the way I expected. His cycles walk at this speed. Yeah, his animation is really strange because like he like twists his feet. Like it's very strange. He's definitely one of those characters where they just like went fucking ape shit with the animation. Like Marvel Superheroes is the game with like the craziest animations. It's got like extra frames for all the hit stun animations, with like massive smears, like blurs. But he's got like all these like extra command normals, like 6 different optic blasts, his weird running command grab, which I guess is a normal throw because you can tech it. Nice. What I noticed, does every hit have its own unique impact effect? I think it might be a difference between light, medium, and heavy, which is the case in pretty much all Street Fighter games. With the addition, maybe, that some of the claw effects might have a different effect still. My eyes somehow got used to this speed. Yeah, same, I guess. I was gonna say that I should probably chip him out. I like that if you defeat one character, the theme of the next character plays, but it is a little weird. It's just like that in the arcade too, where if you kill the second character first, the first character's theme just kind of starts over. Yeah, even Street Fighter 2 like has different hit effects, but they're not as extravagant in the first place, so it's maybe a little less noticeable. Yeah, some of these frames are fucking awesome. I mean, they're all awesome, but they're crazier than like. I love this feature in the arcade too, because you could like you could see those frames that you never really see at full speed.
Let's go.
It's basically like right out of Strider Hiryu, right? Where you clear a stage, you get that same like freeze frame. Oh, dude, this remix. I always love this theme. It's a very like strange theme, but it fits with this strange boss character so well. Oh wow, you can actually combo it to heavy punch to heavy kick like that. Oh, that you can probably do some kind of infinite shit with that. A lot of the infinites in this game, well, some of them anyway, kind of one category of infinites are the ones that fuck with this, well, the effect that I didn't get to show, but like most heavies, if you do them in an air combo, will cause, like, you will knock the opponent off screen and you will kind of catch up with a little dash, and that's like meant to sort of end combos like that happens, but in the corner it's a little different, and because in the corner it's a bit different, that creates opportunities for like infinites. So if I can land a hit, I'll show a simple example. Ah, it's so cool. Okay, it looked like it disappeared for a frame there, but... So there's the heavy punch. You see there, like, he flies away. But in the corner, that can't quite happen, so weird stuff happens instead. Magneto actually has some kind of goofy-looking normals. Nice. We landed one touch there, at least. But his, like, posture and everything, like, he still looks fucking amazing. There's, like, not a single character that doesn't look amazing in these games, granted, but... Speaking of hit effects, another subtle thing that most Street Fighter games do, at least going back as far as Zero, is having different colors for player 1 and player 2. The apocalypse. I don't think... unfortunately, the dialogue doesn't go by any slower, but... I'm not sure if this game... Oh, yeah, see, there's Psylocke and Dan. Wow, can't really see. There's Blanca, I think. Yeah, there's Forge. Couldn't quite catch who that was in the middle. There might be dudes over here, too. Yep. It's like the fucking Team Blue and Gold, whatever. Like, they have these... Oh, shit, I broke him out, whoever it was. Oh, they're back, I guess. Maybe Cannonball? A lot of them during this time wore those, like, same costumes. Oh, he fell down the background. Like, replaced with someone with a different haircut. I think I don't think those are just, like, generic characters, but I'm actually not sure. Yeah, there's Beasts back there. And Sakura. Like, they're even, like, a little animation and shit. It's so good. What was the first game with background interaction? Yeah, Street Fighter 2 had it from the beginning. I'm just, like, trying to think if there was anything before that. Well, I guess he freed them. That's fine by me. Street Fighter 2 actually had... There's actually some stuff that was removed in later versions. There's a couple of foreground elements that were taken out. Like the palm tree on Sagat stage. And I think there's a fence in Zangief stage that might have been taken out. Oh, yeah, this game has stun, which doesn't happen. Oh, yeah, is that like Cable? I don't know, he looked... I'm sure if he was around in the comics at this stage. There's probably someone else to the left of Blanca in the, like, the background layer. Just so invested in the background here. Less invested in the fight. There's also stuff like the oh, the Shumagorath. Yeah. All right. Just do that, I guess. I wanted to land to do the super, but you can just do that all over and over again. Yeah, as far as the final boss, like, I always thought this fight is really cool, but yeah, he's a bit of a pushover. I mean, like I said, the entire game is like, the level of difficulty is quite low. They sort of made up for that, though, with Mech Goki in Marvel vs. Street Fighter, because he is ultra cheap. It's so cool to even there, like, you get to see more of these portraits when they aren't, like, obscuring each other.
Let's go, bub.
Ready. Fight.
can't fucking do her projectile. I'm trying both charge and half circle, but can't figure it out.
Good.
Real claw.
Yeah, all the foreground, like the interactive layers, I guess, are removed. Oh, we can see the good dudes in the background.
Real claw.
Oops, I didn't mean to do the stomp. Ah, the range. It's very easy to mash a little too much here.
Tornado claw.
Ah! Oh! Oh, there we go. Oh, well, it still worked, I guess.
Tornado claw. Let's go.
Ah! Fuck it. I just wanted to super, but it might even chip at this stage. Yep.
Chun-Li, win.
Oh, I guess you can't. Yeah, you can't pause out of the or press start to skip the cutscene. It's like, hey, wouldn't you like to teach your fighting skills to the X-Men? Oh, that's so sick. Like, she's even got the different costume in her ending. You got Archangel, Iceman. Oh, dude, this game's infinitely good. I want to say the arcade version had the Capcom logo that has like the Ryu silhouette. I always associate that image with this staff roll screen, but it might be the same, like in Marvel vs. Street Fighter or something. Hey, we got a better high score, I guess, somehow. Well, that's an hour on the dot. This game's fucking good. And I very, very much enjoyed playing this. However, our quest continues. There are always more fighting games to play, and we're going to play another one very shortly. And in order to determine which game we're going to play next... Oh, hang on. We're going to do a raffle, which is now open. Thank you very much for this pick. I enjoyed this greatly. If you would like to pick the next game, type raffle in chat. And in a few minutes, we'll pick a winner who will get to pick the next game. Let me just go to the spreadsheet here and mark this off as having been played. We'll label this in red. 2020, 11, 13. We have now played 75 games. We started this on New Year's Eve last year, actually, as it happens. And since then, we've played 75 fighting games, or 30.49% of this list. Granted, the list has grown over the year as I keep buying new fighting games, but not quite faster than we can play them, actually. I think the list was around 200 when we started. That might be right. I'm not sure. I don't think we'll get through all of these this year, but it's not necessarily a goal. Not even if getting through all of them is even a goal to begin with. I guess the journey, it's all about the journey, not the destination for this project. It's just having an excuse to sift through my library of fighting games that I don't like. I don't boot up this game very often, even though I love it. And yeah, this is an excellent port. Like, to my limited knowledge in terms of the finer details, there's like nothing really that feels out of place or missing in this port. It looks and sounds and feels just as I remember it. Because it's a Saturn game, it also has good load times. And yeah, it's just a good time all around. Atomic Runner, I hope those rigging protocols do you well. Last call. If you would like to join the raffle and have a chance to pick the next game we're playing tonight, type raffle in chat. I will give a couple of seconds for Twitch lag to catch up. And then we shall pick the winner. All right. That's enough Twitch lag compensation. Boom. Lamp Station, huh? Congrats. You're on a roll tonight, buddy. No rules against that. I just got to congratulate you on excellent rigging. So what are we going to play? Return to these protocols. Vampire Savior on the Saturn. That can be arranged. And in fact, I'm very happy about that choice. Because I was definitely thinking, like, you know, now that we actually have the RAM card loaded, would be a good opportunity to play other games that use it. And I believe Vampire Savior is one of them. It should be. But I think it might be one of those that doesn't actually require it. I'm curious if it says anything on the disc. Does not. It does say X-Men, Cyclops, Wolverine are trademark and copyright Marvel Characters Incorporated. Interesting that they have like separate. Well, I guess maybe. I wonder if it's like because they're mentioned specifically by name. Sure, you can really see this, but it might be because X-Men, the word X-Men and Cyclops and Wolverine are in fact depicted on the disc itself. So I wouldn't think that they would have like separate copyrights. I mean, just the two of them, I mean, and other characters not. In any case, Vampire Savior is not a game I know particularly well, but I know that it's going to be a treat to look at, if nothing else. It's a really gorgeous game. I mean, it's a late 90s Capcom arcade game. Is there any reason to take the RAM card out once you got it working? Yes, because the same card slot is also used for the memory card that you can use to save your games. The Saturn does have an internal battery memory that you can use, but that's at the mercy of the battery lasting, and when the battery runs out, your save files die. So you usually want to put your saves on the cartridge. Okay, this actually also requires the RAM card. It says here on the cover art, which doesn't surprise me. It makes perfect sense. But I will say, I mean, it's nice at least that the Saturn... the Saturn has internal memory that you can save to, unlike the PlayStation. And it's saved using a standard, I forget what it's called, like CR2032 or something. It's just like a clock battery. They're really cheap. You just go to the supermarket and buy them. So, like overall, the solution to like saving games on the Saturn, I think, is so much more convenient than how it works on PlayStation. Because if you buy the cartridge, which I don't know what the pricing was like at the time, but I would expect the Saturn memory cartridge to be more expensive than a PlayStation memory card. But for what they are, I thought the PlayStation memory cards were always overpriced, because they don't hold a lot of data. I think it's 1 megabyte, right? And the PS2 memory cards are 8 megabytes, I think. And it's not like it's fucking flash memory that's instant. It's like still super slow. Saving and loading the memory card on PlayStation consoles is always like annoyingly slow. 120 kilobytes even. It's just like, for how little data it is, it's like, it feels infinitely slower than like floppy disks on a C64 or whatever. It always struck me as weird. So on the Saturn, even though the cartridge I would assume is more expensive, it holds like a ton. But I've had my cartridge kind of act up a little bit and lose save data, but for the most part, I don't play a lot of RPGs or stuff where you'd be really horrified to lose your save data or anything, so it works out. But even then, like, yeah, it's just nice convenience that it just works. And even then, like on Saturn, it also, regardless of which memory you're using, saving and loading is like nearly instant. Load times in general, I think, are always like way better on Saturn than PlayStation, in most cases at least. So the Saturn is like definitely a console that has a lot of that compares very favorably to the PlayStation in a lot of ways that I think a lot of people might not be aware of if they've like not played a lot of Saturn. I wonder if we can unlock diamonds and 8 stars turbo in this one too. Yeah, so I think this is probably the equivalent to the panel setting in X-Men Street Fighter, where you had the portraits like go off the sides of the screen. It's interesting because I thought for sure that this game runs in the correct resolution, which wouldn't necessitate changes. Well, maybe they would make some changes to the life bars and stuff to accommodate for overscan or something. I don't know. But like on PlayStation, it's very, very clear that the game is running in the wrong resolution because the pixel columns are uneven, and when stuff moves across the screen smoothly, it like looks jagged as shit. And you don't get that on the Saturn. Like even with this like super sharp digital capture, it looks. I mean, you can kind of tell too if you look really closely. I can tell anyway. Maybe not on stream, but you can tell that the pixels aren't square. They are in fact kind of scrunched together horizontally, which is correct, because the CPS hardware used a wider resolution, like 384 pixels by 224, which of course would be sort of compressed to 4:3 ratio, meaning non-square pixels, which is something that a surprising number of people have had a lot of trouble wrapping their minds around over the past couple of decades, and it pisses me off. I mean, it's one thing when fucking Mugen authors and pixel artists are trying to recreate stuff in the Capcom like art style and the proportions are all fucked up, or if they create like artworks or prints or something where they use pixel art from these games and it's like with square pixels, and it just looks wrong and it sucks. That's like bad enough, but when you see it in like official merch and shit, that really grinds my gears because it just looks wrong. And people just assume that pixels are meant to be square, not taking into account that, like, I wonder if this circle is supposed to look circular. Nah, it's probably meant to be oval. And like, oh boy. Anyway, it defaulted to arcade screen size, so we'll rock that, and maybe we'll take a look at whatever Saturn screen size means. So I've always adored the art in these games. I like a lot of the characters an awful lot. But I've never played these games much, so I definitely don't know a lot about the systems and how they work or the moves or anything, let alone like any actual tech. And there's a lot of characters that I just don't really know very well. Like granted, like as I've said before, I'm the type of guy whose favorite X-Men was Cyclops when I was a kid. Like I like milquetoast vanilla characters. They're not my favorite in every game, but like Kazuya is kind of my favorite, or like the go-to character in Tekken. And in this game, like Dimitri and Morrigan are like my go-to characters. And there's certainly a lot of other vastly more wacky characters. Dude, fucking Zabel. Dude, speaking of Capcom USA fucking ruining shit, in this, or I mean, renaming things, but same thing. Vampire games, like, for sure, like, have half of the cast or so are like renamed. Boletta became BB Hood. Galon became John Talbane. Zabel Zarok, which is like the best character name ever, became Lord Raptor, which is like a weird name. Albath became what, Rikuo, I guess. And yeah, Lele. I don't know why they felt like Lele was an inappropriate name or whatever, so they renamed her Shenko, which is like a name. You could see the opposite, where they gave a character a name that's easier to pronounce for English speakers, but why they would change Lele to Shenko is beyond me. And also Phobos became Huitzel. Simonasuke dropping the rigging action. The old Lele. Not one of my favorite characters, but your word is my command. Is that how you say that? Your wish is my command? What, fuck it, we're going Lele. So I wonder if this game... Nope. Okay, that's a cool color though. I think it's in Vampire Hunter. You have to press like heavy kick to get the standard color. Well, I don't know if normal or turbo is like standard in how this game's played, but I feel like this game's going to be plenty to keep up with, so we'll go normal. They noticed there on the mode select, it definitely got a little sort of cut off to the sides, so I'm wondering if that's like arcade screen size things. So this game, as far as like Capcom fighters, originated the Magic series. Oh yeah, let's timer. Which is these like chain combo system. But it's otherwise not incredibly... Like, it is definitely its own thing. It's not really Street Fighter, and it's definitely not Marvel either. Kind of like JoJo, which is also like... It's got some like crazy stuff. But for the most part, it's more restrained than you might expect. From like a licensed anime fighting game from the late 90s. Alright, I don't know any of her moves, by the way. And the art is so insanely good, though. I'm gonna assume this is a character-specific... character-specific win jingle, which is pretty sick, too. Obviously, a little track record of guys you've beat. Yeah, I do not own Pocket Fighter. I haven't played that game much. It's obviously incredibly charming. But it's like not super cheap to buy. These games probably aren't nowadays either. But they were cheap enough back in the day when I bought them, at least. The thing is, too, like, I haven't felt super compelled to... Like, all of these Capcom fighters and stuff that I own, for the most part at least, are things that I bought back when I was living in Japan. But if I have to like spend serious money to, I'm sorry, just the background is so okay. The vertical parallaxing is a little funky, but otherwise, holy shit, this is beautiful. Stuff that has like arcade versions that are easily accessible, and if the port doesn't have like that, I mean, I'd be more inclined almost to buy a bad port that's like interestingly unique than just a pretty good arcade port. But, you know, if the opportunity presents itself. So that's a good example, by the way, of how this game is kind of more restrained than you might expect. Like, that's what a super looks like. There's no, like, big flash. No, you have these, like, ES moves. There's ES and EX. And I think what you would typically refer to as EX moves are the ones that are called ES in this game, where you just do a special with 2 buttons. That, I guess, is a super. But there's like several categories. You can see there's a lot of meters. It doesn't max out at 3. I think you can have up to 9. And there's stuff that uses more than 1 meter. And some of them have like pretty quirky, unique inputs. Well, that's a decent chip, at least. Yeah, Surugaya, I don't know if it's happened today, very recently at least. Started like blocking non-Japanese IPs. which really sucks ass. I still don't quite figure out the motion. Is that uppercut? Yeah. There exists a international version. Oh, nice! I did the special into the corner. But it's kind of crap anyway because it like doesn't have much of a selection. I barely even bothered looking at it because I think the international version doesn't. It still only ships to like America or like. I'm pretty sure it doesn't ship here anyway. Because that was launched like last year, maybe, in relative recent history. So I mean, I would have used, or I mean, I do use Zen Market, which technically would still work, but the problem is, of course, if I can't browse. So yeah, I haven't looked into the situation really. I just saw some mention of it. But I guess I lucked out pretty well in making a purchase recently. But I didn't get any of the stuff yet. It's still at Zen Market. But had I known that it was my potentially like last chance to buy shit from Surigaya, I may have bought more things that I ended up buying. I guess this game also has like an arranged soundtrack. Didn't really think about it, but this does not sound... Although, granted, late CPS2 music sounds pretty incredible. This definitely does not sound like CPS music. Oh, nice. I saw some not used to this having the like the Killer Instinct life bar system. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought that was the first down. Anyway, it's nice. I just wish I knew this game better because it's so fucking cool. Never too late to learn, of course, but LKHK. Okay, that's some kind of super, I guess. I'm probably gonna need some meters for that. Lamasar continuing his spending spree to draw this game. Don't mind if I do. I certainly have to think about what to draw and how, but that should be fun. Considering how much I like a lot of these characters, it's borderline criminal that I haven't drawn them any more than I have. So, sure, gotta think of something cool to do. Whoa, that's okay. Did I just tech hit a command grab? I think he'd like to use meter for that. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of goofy commands in this. Or, not even say goofy, but unique. Liking Victor's animations. Brains popping out. Well, I didn't put up too much of a fight. Fine by me. It's just like... I'm like at a loss for words for how good this art is. It's just like unbelievably gorgeous. Like I would say, like, do you guys remember when games were this fucking gorgeous? It's like, it's not, I mean, it's not like games were this gorgeous, just like fucking Lord Capcom. I mean, they were, but not all games are created equal. Well, nice, we got a little pursuit attack action there. I keep doing her crouching roundhouse, and it's a weird anti-air. Ah, shit. Well, we got pretty close here. Ah, that's super. Fuck, and now she's recovering all her health, too. Does Lele play like Dalsim? Anyone in chat, feel free to fill in, because I have no idea how to answer that. I mean, I guess she's like kind of a... She's got like zoning stuff. But she's not a... If there is such a thing as a Dalsim analog, it would definitely... Anakris would more closely fit the bill. Ah! Whoa, the cross up. Oh, fuck. Art. So damn good. Huh. Asked if you want to continue with the same character. It's not like the load times are bad, really, but still cool. I was going to say, I'm not going to promise necessarily that I'm going to commit to using Lele, but I'll give it one or a few more attempts for sure. I'm assuming her stand roundhouse is not cancelable. Oh, her fierce. Okay, we're already doing better here. The music's so peculiar in this game too. Like, it's cool. It has this very... It's very like moody. It's not a typical like fighting game soundtrack. Damn, Sword Fam with the redemption. Well, I guess we're also picking Boletta. Losing my lead here by the second. That weird corner cross-up messes me up. Dude, they're fucking tiny hurtbox. Pretty good pokes. There we go. I'm just trying to do that super, but worked out anyway. Remember in fighting games when characters had more than one win pose? That was those were good times. Iron Horse, Iron Terror. So I'm guessing in this game, stages are not character specific. Maybe they are, because they don't seem that closely related. I know the first game had character stages, but I'm not sure about this one. They're pretty incredibly sick stages, though. I just love that fucking conductor chillin'. Very strong 03 vibes from this song, by the way. All right, things are going pretty well. Like, I'm usually not one to be like upset about the idea of sequels or reboots or whatever, like tainting the original. But I will say, as far as Vampire goes, like, I wouldn't say that I would that I don't want to see a new game because it can't live up to this. I think that's probably true that it can't, but I'd still, I wouldn't mind seeing what it would be. But I do feel pretty strongly that it's just like fucking no way it could get even close to being as sick as this. I was about to say that I should get CVS 1. Yeah, I don't have a functioning Dreamcast. I actually have a couple of Dreamcast games, including CVS2, and I have the PAL version of Third Strike. I don't think I have the Japanese one. I have Virtua Fighter and Soul Calibur. I basically bought a couple of Dreamcast games when I was living in Japan, and when I came back to Sweden, I immediately noticed that in my absence, my Dreamcast had stopped working. So, like, the Dreamcast is a weird system. I loved it at the time, but well, weird system is not the right word for it, but I'm in kind of an iffy spot when it comes to Dreamcast stuff, because at the time it was an awesome system. When I was in high school, it was very convenient that it was very easy to pirate games for it. But it was a lot of the reasons why I like the Dreamcast kind of were made obsolete in like not that long later, you know. And you know, a lot of that reason was you know, arcade ports. Like at the time, Dreamcast had like the superior versions of CVS2 and MVC2 or whatever compared to the PS2. But a lot of those games got emulated or had other ports. There's obviously plenty of Dreamcast exclusives or arcade ports, arcade games that are kind of... There's stuff like Zombie Revenge or Dynamite Deca 2, where the Dreamcast probably is the best place to play them. So I'd still definitely like to have a Dreamcast for those types of games. But at the same time, it's... Oh, dude. There's a lot of things about the Dreamcast. Like, I don't like the controller. It just... I never felt like a strong compulsion to buy a new Dreamcast or get it fixed or anything like that, because... I just don't feel that strongly about the Dreamcast anymore. Or rather, you know, there's a lot of cool games and experiences, but not a lot that... Like, a lot of those that I would consider, like... Oh, yeah, you gotta fight, like, other characters, right? Like, compared to the Saturn or the PlayStation, there's, like, way fewer exclusive games or games that I would, you know, where Dreamcast would be the best place to play them. And like these days, there's definitely more options in terms of like optical drive emulators and whatnot, which is cool. But all of that stuff is money and or effort for a system that I just don't feel that strongly about. And for what it's worth, I think CVS1 has awesome stages. I think it has some of the best stages in like all the fighting games. But in terms of its presentation, the whole like robot voice grid stuff, like it's not my favorite. It's not bad, obviously. And I think CVS2 has its own set of quirks in its presentation. But like the announcer and the character portraits and stuff, I think a lot of that I just prefer in CVS2. The stages are definitely whacker compared to the first game. I mean, CVS1's presentation is interesting. It's unique. But it's not my favorite. Yeah, it's got stage intros. For sure, like I love that. I think the stages and everything to do with them is awesome. I love that the stages are so... Oh, yeah, definitely not character specific stages here, by the way. I think CVS1 did crossover stages. Maybe the best that any crossover game has done them. Where like they weren't character specific. They weren't necessarily like specific homages and references, but they were like all kind of I mean, they weren't like based on a character necessarily, but they were all like connected to Capcom and SNK. You know, you have the Kyokugenryu Dojo with the sick, like, speaking of cool stage interaction, that stage like break down everything, like the entire building like comes apart the more you fight. And you can also see in the background of the stage that Ryu and Guy's stage from Street Fighter Zero with the Son Son convenience store is in the background. But there's like that, there's a stage that's like kind of reminiscent of a Sagat stage with the giant Buddha statue. There's a stage with, I think it's called the final fight stage, where you're like in a back alley with these big like spotlight shadows on the back wall, which looks really cool. There's just the stage with like a big car crash pileup in the background. Oh, I tried to jump over it, but well, we got the Midnight Bliss. That's cool. I just really love. I mean, I think the stages in CVS1 are for sure on the level of X vs Street Fighter, but maybe even better because they're more specific to the crossover. But they're also they're not pixel art. They still look good, but they're like high resolution. They still look way better than the 3D stages in Marvel 2 and CVS 2. But they don't quite have that sort of pixel art finesse. I mean, it's the same thing with Street Fighter 3, where like the new generation and Second Impact stages are like incredibly gorgeous, some of the best Capcom pixel art you've ever seen. And then in Third Strike, it's all like fucking oil paintings, whatever. Like it's, I don't want to say that Third Strike has like awful stages or anything, but they are just absolutely inferior to the new gen stages. Like CVS1, I guess, would be the one example I can think of where their non-pixel art backgrounds more or less lived up to the quality of, or at least like the overall aesthetic level of appeal. But it's, well, I guess maybe that's not even true either, because I don't think they are quite as appealing. There's also the fact that it's, you know, there's always going to be a little bit of a mismatch style-wise and everything. I don't mind. I don't think like high resolution backgrounds than the characters is a bad thing. I think that's what you see in like every 2D fighting game after that, basically. But you still want to have the mesh as well as you can, you know. And in CVS1, I feel like they mesh a lot better than in CVS2. Not that CVS2 is terrible in that regard, but like that's not what I dislike about them. It's more like in CVS2, it's more just what the stages are, and even if they had been pixel art, I wouldn't have liked them as much as like CVS1. But I think the best like approach for stuff like that is the kind of stuff you see in a lot of the Arc System Works games and like Skullgirls, where everything's like kind of painted, but they use a lot of 3D, but it's not like, you know, hit you over the head with the 3D polygon effects. They're just kind of using 3D rendering to give a little perspective to their 2D elements. I remember actually being, wow, okay, I didn't think that would hit behind him. I remember feeling similar about Samurai Showdown 6, which has 3D backgrounds, because it's actually, I don't remember if it did in the arcade, but on PS2 it does. And a lot of the SNK, like King of Fighters 3D backgrounds, were pretty shit, but I remembered that game as having at least some backgrounds that were kind of mostly 2D elements, just kind of arranged in 3D with some depth to it. Yeah, the butterflies are like everything, like extremely polished and nice looking. What's up, Electro? Happy Friday. There we go. I don't know any of her moves. I definitely don't remember what the boss situation is like in this game. You fight Pyron? Because he's like the boss in the first game, right? Is he the boss in all of these games? Or is like Donovan a boss character? Well, I guess we have a rival battle. I'm Lord Zabel, King of Hell. Okay, so it's like an Alpha 1 situation where you have character-specific bosses. The stage. I mean, every stage is fucking incredible, but... I guess it makes sense, because it's the same thing in that game, too, where every character gets kind of their own sort of path of opponents. So if you continue and change characters, you might get sort of moved back in your progress, just like we were in this game. Yeah, Zabel is definitely one of my favorite characters. Like, I've never played these games much, so I don't know how to use him at all, but just like visually, he's so cool. Like, as far as a zombie type character, like, compare this shit to the fucking dreadful, you know, Hollywood bland monsters we fought in the Castlevania games. Like, this shit is what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, the fucking... Oh, dude, the flop, 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 flop. FM synth helicopter sound, so good. Yeah, so I guess Lele was... Jeddah was her boss, because we got the dialogue. I was unsure what was going on here when we fought Jeddah before this, because we didn't get the dialogue. I thought maybe it's because it was just repeated. Wow, she's got Ken's jumping medium kick. It's pretty good. That's not very good is when it's not an anti-air. Oh, okay. That's how you do that move. Or by... Okay. Accidental taunts and shit. Alright, I thought I understood how to do a move. Turns out I didn't. We have not beaten Lords of Shadow 2 now. I really have no good way of gauging how far into it we are, but it doesn't seem like we're getting close to the end. So I guess we're probably like halfway through or something. I don't know. Maybe more. I'm gonna consider my duty fulfilled, and we're gonna check out some other characters. I was at the last bar. I was getting close to the end of Lords of Shadow 2. Is that what you're saying? It didn't seem that way, but I guess it's hard to tell. Oh yeah, Morgan's got the cool dashes. There's so many like unique touches to the animation in this game. Like when she turns around, she like this like almost looks kind of interlaced. What's up, Gundam? Oh, you're talking about this game. Yeah. I figured he was the boss. But I'm looking to just chill with this game and enjoy it. I'm not like racing to beat it, so I don't mind replaying more matches. We get to see more characters anyway. Yeah, I've always enjoyed aspects of this series, like the art and presentation. I love some of the characters for sure, but I've never really played these games much. I didn't really get access to playing any of these games until they were emulated. And I think by that point, I would have been more excited to play to a degree Street Fighter games, but I think I was playing more King of Fighters. Without thinking like the games I was playing with friends, we'd play a lot of like KOF 97. Although that wouldn't have been, I guess we were playing, by the time we were able to play this, we would have been playing, actually probably playing like Third Strike, but also like, well, just a lot of other stuff than these games. I never played this in Versus, just kind of fucking around with it like this. So I never like learned. I mean, I'd like look up an FAQ to read move lists and stuff, but I like never learn anything about the systems or like really how the game plays. Oh, that echo effect's so cool. Oh. Oh, okay, that's a super of some kind. But yeah, this game is so like kind of wacky with the like. You kind of think of most Capcom games as being fairly, like in the grand scheme of things, fairly sort of rigid, because like Street Fighter is that way, and most other, I mean, you get Marvel versus Capcom, but like CVS and other stuff is like kind of, I don't know. These games I think are unique in the Capcom world. There's, I would say, some commonalities between this and the Rival Schools games, and that they also have like some subsistence and stuff. But I think this is definitely quirkier. There's a lot of like unique moves and abilities that have kind of different inputs and effects and stuff. And I think it's interesting. It occupies this kind of interesting niche where it doesn't have that crazy long combos, or you know, you don't fly all over the screen like in Guilty Gear or Marvel vs. Capcom, but it's significantly wackier than something like Street Fighter or KOF. Yeah, the 4 meg RAM cartridge, I think X vs. Street Fighter was the first game that used it, because it was initially only released with the cartridge, and that's the version I have. And this game came like a year later, I think. So I think there was a version of this that came with the cartridge. I'm not sure if, I guess every game that required the cartridge probably had a version that came with it. Maybe not the games that that only like could make use of it where it was optional. But I have the regular like just jewel case release of this game. I'm actually not sure. Oh wow. Okay, bad projectiles kissing. That's definitely pretty cool. I'm not sure what if Vampire Hunter uses the RAM card or not. That game I think I've played probably even less than this. Like I haven't properly played any of these games, but as far as like just fucking around in emulator, by the time any of these games were playable, I think all 3 of them were playable. Or all 5, I guess, if you count Vampire Hunter 2 and Vampire Savior 2. So I guess I would have, like, defaulted to playing the 3rd one. Yeah, but even that, like, the projectile clash there, like, that's also such a weird little unique interaction that you wouldn't expect to see in a Street Fighter game for sure. Dude, fucking art, it's just, it's incredible. Again, it's like, what more can I say? Yeah, the music in this game is definitely quite interesting. It's pretty different. There are certain songs where it's pretty similar to Alpha 3 in style, but it's definitely like that's more about the instrumentation and in certain like the percussion or stuff like that. But the overall mood and atmosphere in the music is very different from that. I think Takayuki Iwai did the music for Street Fighter 3. I think he did some of the Marvel music too. Tetsuya Shibata did Marvel 2. But it's kind of a moody atmosphere that is, I feel like it's both different from other Capcom fighting games, but also not maybe the style of music you would typically associate with fighting games in general. But it works perfectly. Like, it just for sure is part of this game's unique atmosphere. I wish I'd just had the ability to set aside time to fuck around with this game to actually learn it, because it is a really, really cool game. But yeah, man, I would love for, Vampire to return in some way other than the occasional character, Granted, like I said, Dimitri and Morgan are like my favorite characters in this, so I'm at least happy that when the series gets some kind of representation somewhere, it's almost always those characters. But they're like never as cool as they are here. So whatever way it might be, like, yeah, I would just see. I mean, I could say the same thing for Star Gladiator. It's also got such a cool atmosphere and character designs and shit that I would just love to see around more. Yeah, whatever happens, like we've talked about this in stream before too, but like I hope that Capcom's next fighting game is not Street Fighter 6. Especially now that rumor has it that the whole season 5 of Street Fighter 5 is kind of a stopgap measure. Because they were planning on putting out Street Fighter 6 and now they're like sort of delaying it a little bit. I don't know if that's true, but those are the rumors, right? I like Street Fighter 5 well enough, and it's got its faults for sure, but I'm not like eager to I'm not like, what's the word? I'm not hankering for a new Street Fighter. The way I'm hankering for KOF 15, for example. Like I would be happy for Street Fighter to, I'd be much more excited for a new Capcom fighting game that is literally anything but Street Fighter. If/when Street Fighter 6 is the next Street Fighter game or the next Capcom fighting game, I'll be interested in it. I'm sure I'll most likely buy it day one and everything, but in terms of an announcement exciting me, I'd be more excited for an eventual Street Fighter 6 that has had more time in the oven, to make it kind of more likely, I guess, that we see more of a generational leap in not graphics technology or anything, but just like for it not to feel like an iterative update or follow-up to Street Fighter 5, the way Street Fighter 5 kind of did to Street Fighter 4 in some ways. But I think what I have expected for a long time, and I think it's almost weird that we haven't seen it, is like a Marvel-style Capcom game that is just all Capcom characters, nothing licensed. Those fighting games aren't really my jam, but I would still think like the potential for like fan service is so huge that I would, even if I don't like those games or don't like to play them, I still bought Marvel 3, Ultimate Marvel 3, and Marvel Infinite because I love Marvel and Capcom, and a Capcom crossover fighting game could be very appealing in that sense too. But it's hard to get excited about the idea of any new Capcom fighting game with how long it's been. I mean, it really hasn't been since, well, I guess Ultimate Marvel 3. Well, to an extent, Marvel 3. Since they had like a good, like, launching a fighting game that didn't have a bunch of caveats, or, because Street Fighter 4 obviously was a good game. It was received well, and I would have loved 2D graphics, but it was fine, whatever. And Marvel 3, especially Ultimate, I think was an excellent game in so many ways. Certainly, Marvel Infinite helps highlight how much worse it could have been. Street Fighter Cross Tekken was also like marred with problems. Like every fighting game Capcom has released since 2012 has had fairly significant issues in one way or another. Even though Street Fighter 5 is a game I like in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm in like an abusive relationship wanting to play that game. The online has been so bad. The monetization is kind of fucked. There's a lot of kind of visual decisions that I'm not a huge fan of, even if some of them I have liked. Like, it's a very complicated relationship, I feel like, that I have with Street Fighter 5. There were parts that I didn't like about Street Fighter 4. Some of the visuals, character designs and stuff I thought were questionable, but it was still relatively minor, all things considered. But like Street Fighter Cross Tekken, Marvel Infinite, Street Fighter 5, none of them have been great. They've all been enjoyable and good, and there's value to be found with however many sort of caveats and asterisks and whatever you want to add to it, qualifiers. But it's been a long time since there's been a new Capcom fighting game that you can get really excited for without a bunch of qualifiers, I mean, they're obviously going to make Street Fighter 6 eventually. I would just like to see something else for now. I want Street Fighter 6 to come out at a time where the idea of a Street Fighter 6 feels surprising or exciting, and not just like, well, I guess we got to do a new one now because we can't squeeze more money out of the current one. I don't expect that to be the case, but I would still like, that's what I would like, You can save. I don't know what we might be saving. High scores, I guess. Doesn't look like we're getting any immediately new options here, like in X-Men Street Fighter, but but if Street Fighter 6 is announced and I get proven wrong, like part of the reason why I'm not so excited about the idea, this is not looking any different. It's slightly less cut off on my end. My cropping setup is not perfect for this, but it's still a little cut off. I'm curious if the life bar looks noticeably different in the Saturn screen size mode. Do you guys see any difference? Because there are definitely like black overscanned borders, but I think there was previously. Trying to see if there's like some weird pixel scaling going on. Midge's voice was always the fucking best. I guess that's a universal thing. I don't even know what it is. It's like a custom combo thing or something. Well, I basically just wanted to see what the screen size option did, if anything noticeable. Like it's hard to tell, but it kind of looks like there's something, like when I look at what the pixels look like, it doesn't look like we get super uneven pixel columns. Like it looks even, but I don't know if it's just something with Dimitri's, I don't know, something looks like there's some uneven scaling going on, but I can't like find any evidence of that. Like the background is scrolling smoothly. Could technically be running at a different resolution, but I don't know. I guess I can technically do this. I can just do a screenshot in OBS and I can compare them later. Yeah, let's just go right back into it and change it without going through credits and sitting around for 2 minutes first. just want to skip this to see what it looks like in game, see if I see any difference. Looks the same to me. Screenshot right there. Any chance Street Fighter 6 is 2D? No, I think that's. I think they struggle as it is to justify the budget for a game like that. 2D games just are not financially. They don't make financial sense, unfortunately. Not just in terms of production costs, but I think in marketability and everything. Now, of course, in terms of the aesthetics and the look of it, I would love to see, like... I'm excited about what a lot of Arc System Works is doing art-wise, not specifically because I like the look of how they are doing things, necessarily. Not that I dislike it, but it's like the only people who are doing anything interesting to innovate what you can do visually with games like that, like in a long time. Battle Fantasia was a game that used 3D models for 2D gameplay, and was kind of famously a game that was Capcom kind of looked at that and said, okay, I guess we can do this for Street Fighter 4. It wasn't obviously the first game to use polygonal characters for 2D gameplay, but Battle Fantasia definitely did. It innovated a lot of things that Street Fighter 4 kind of did much the same way in terms of doing things with the camera and perspective, and like it's not just 3D characters in a scene. Nope, I just wanted to land it, but I guess it wasn't meant to be. Like each character is kind of rendered individually with their different perspective to make it look right. The character models don't clip into each other. They're always like overlapped on top of each other. The fact that the characters are mirrored in Battle Fantasia, so just like in a 2D game. So they started applying techniques to like simulate the look of a 2D sprite-based game in 3D, which I think is like crucial to getting the feel of 2D as well as they did in that game and in Street Fighter 4, and well, most games that have come since that do the same things. But like since then, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of innovation in rendering or those kind of techniques until Guilty Gear Xrd. And since then, like Arc System Works hasn't been like, you know, every game since then, Dragon Ball and Grand Blue and Not Strive, have each like shown innovation and evolution. Like they don't all look identical. At its core, they use a lot of the same techniques, of course, but they also have different visual styles and do different things that the previous games did not.
Come on, baby.
And that's just something that I feel like we don't see from anyone else in that market segment, and it makes me kind of sad. And I'm anxious to see what KOF 15 looks like. I just want to see a fighting game that isn't Arc System Works, which I don't usually love that much from a mechanic standpoint, to like wow me the way this game does, or these games did, or I mean still do for that matter, but not just specifically Darkstalkers, but any great looking 2D game of that era when there's just so much love going into achieving a particular look and feel, and not just, I don't know, having stuff come out the way they come out when you use 3D, which is kind of how a lot of modern 2D fighters feel. Because like Capcom and Street Fighter used to be the absolute peak of artistry in the entire video game industry, and you can't really say that about Street Fighter. I mean, anything Street Fighter after Third Strike. I mean, I don't think you can. I guess you can kind of say it about Third Strike, but even Third Strike, to me, looks worse than the previous Street Fighter 3 games. Obviously, the characters look as good because they're the same, but like the UI, the backgrounds, presentation, and everything was already kind of taking a step down at that point. I mean, you can look at stuff like CVS2 and say, like, yeah, they still use illustrations that were incredible. They don't do that anymore. They only do that for the Chinese mobile games, which has like sick artwork. But in the mainline big console games, they have ugly CG models. That's like all fighting games nowadays, and I hate it. So I guess I just don't trust that whatever Capcom is going to show next is going to give me... I mean, they haven't given me reason to have much hope that I won't be disappointed in one way or another. But at least if it's something that isn't Street Fighter, it might not come with the same level of expectations. Or the same expectations, at least. And the novelty of something else can help soften the blow a little bit. Too bad Lab Zero is falling apart. Yeah, I mean, their implosion is unfortunate for a lot of reasons. But most of the key staff have already started a new studio. So I'm sure we'll see interesting stuff coming from them. I forget the name of the studio. Like Future or something. I know Jonathan Kim and Mariel Cartwright are there, along with some other like key art people. As well as others, I'm sure. Yeah, Future Club, I think it is. I could be wrong. But also, Skullgirls is not. Skullgirls isn't quite held hostage and stuck in limbo the way Indivisible is, for example. Because Lab Zero didn't own Skullgirls. So the publisher has there's something going on there, because they're working on the mobile version, and there's some indication that might still have a future. But we'll see. I mean, there's definitely several indie 2D fighting games happening. There's Cerebral. There's what's it called? Something Strike. Shit, I can't remember what it's called. It's a pixel art 2D fighting game. And there's definitely a bunch of others that I see pop up here and there in Twitter that I don't follow closely to the point of memorizing all of their names, but no, not Fantasy Strike, but it's I know the guy's Twitter handle is Rare Breed Makes Games or something.
Come on, baby.
But I can't remember the name of the game. Oh, I love that animation. It's so cool. But indie development in big company, a small team who are passionate about 2D art making a 2D game is very different from a company like Capcom justifying spends that could have gone into something that's a surefire return on investment in a different way. Lots of good supers. Well, I didn't really intend to play another playthrough of this anyway. I've been going nearly an hour. Dude, fucking character-specific victory jingles, so good. Yeah, them fighting hearts is supposed to be good in a lot of ways. Super elaborate, training modes and online modes and stuff. I don't care much for games that don't have human characters. But it has nice 2D art. Sure, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I just want to be excited for visuals in a fighting game. Which sadly doesn't happen as much these days. I can still be really passionate and excited for the games for a lot of reasons. And there are, of course, it's not like I dislike the way something like Tekken 7 or MK11 looks. But nothing that really quite hits the notes that games like these do in terms of aligning with my tastes and preferences. We don't really see much of it. Not even if it's not specifically necessarily to do with this style and resolution of pixel art, but just the illustrative quality and just having this very strong artistic direction come through, not just in concept art or illustrations, but like in every frame of the game itself. Anyway, this was Vampire Saver. A lot of fun. Very cool game. Thank you, Lampstation, for that pick. But we are going to set up a new raffle. And indeed, here we are. The raffle is open. Type raffle in chat. And in a few minutes, we'll draw a name and see who gets to pick the next game. In the meantime, I'll go to my spreadsheet here. And we'll go find Vampire Savior. And mark that as having been played. 2020, 11, 13. So now we're at 67 games done out of 246 currently. 30.89%. Almost up to a third. Getting close to a third of the games. Until I buy more, anyway. I'll chill in the attract mode for a bit. Actually, let me try something. I took 2 screenshots of the game. One running in arcade screen size and one in Saturn screen size. And I can confirm that as far as what's visible on stream, the HUD does not move a single pixel. It looks identical. I guess the characters are kind of moving around on screen comparatively in the 2 screenshots, and I can't necessarily compare them just looking at the image, but I'm not really seeing any difference, to be honest. I have to do some more research to find out what that's all about. Buy Tekken 1, 5, and 6. I mean, eventually we'll get there. Can't buy the $500 Rainbow Mika statue. Need to buy more games. I mean, who's to say those are mutually exclusive? I mean, realistically, if I end up ordering that statue, which I'm really fretting over how close I'm getting to doing so. Realistically, that's not going to mean I'm going to not buy games. I mean, the worst part is too, worst/best part is if I'm buying it, I'll be doing it through like a payment plan. So I'm paying like $50 a month for a year, which obviously is a lot less noticeable in terms of your like monthly spending money. Or I mean, I guess on a monthly basis it's noticeable, but I don't have like a $500 chunk just missing right now. But we'll see how the Surugaya situation develops. I might have to figure out alternate methods for importing games. And I'm sure, I'll figure something out. But it's honestly, the idea of the hassle of figuring that shit out, I do not look forward to. Because I was thinking just the other day that, maybe I should try to squeeze in, like, even though I've got an order on the way right now, like, maybe I should squeeze in something else to try to get something delivered for Christmas or something. But on that time frame, I definitely need to figure something out. Buy a new console. That's definitely also likely in the cards. It's not relevant right now, because I know at least the retailer I would usually go to, they are not accepting orders right now. It's interesting because, like, the other week I said that, it's currently leaning very heavily towards PS5 over Xbox. And I think that's probably still true, because I feel like I would, knowing now what the backwards compatibility situation is like, and knowing that at least like MK11 is getting a next gen patch and whatever, I would get a lot out of having a PS5 early. Because if backwards compatibility was not good, I think I would get more out of an Xbox early on. But in the days now since people have actually gotten their hand on those systems and we're seeing more reports and stuff, there's like more and more things piling up against the PS5 right now. Like the fact that it doesn't support 1440p output, only 1080 and 4K, which is a bit shit. It has a lot more limitations and issues with storage compared to the Xbox. It also has some like UI, UX quirks and shit. Like, I mean, I'm sure I'm better off waiting, even if I want a console now. I'm sure I'm better off waiting a month or two just for some of those very early problems to get sorted out. But like, I'm definitely having second thoughts about buying a PS5 with all that shit I'm hearing about. Anyway, last call. If you want to pick the next game, type raffle in chat within the next 10 seconds or so, allowing for a little bit of Twitch viewer lag. And then we will pick a new game. Well, we'll pick a name, and whoever gets picked get to choose the next game. I mean, as far as like what you should do, there's probably no strong argument for buying anything like early. It's, you know, it's just the novelty of it that's exciting, and that novelty always comes with caveats. All right, Atomic Runner, let's see how your rigging protocols play out this time. Here we go. Spyro 2023. Man, Atomic Runner, I'm so sorry. You really gotta have a talk with your rigging protocol dealership. I think they're ripping you off. Spyro, congrats. Feel free to check the list and pick a game. What storage limitation is worse than having to buy a proprietary memory card? Well, for one, the PS5 has an 800 gig drive versus the Xbox's terabyte drive, so you have less storage to begin with. If you want more storage on a PS4 or PS5, you have to get a drive of a specific, like you can only get the specific drives that are whitelisted by Sony, and that list currently consists of 0 drives. In fact, from my understanding, even if you were to have a compatible drive on a system level itself, that feature is not currently enabled. You cannot expand internal SSD storage. You can buy external SSD storage or any external USB storage, but not only can PS5 games not be played from external storage, which makes sense, PS5 games cannot be moved to external storage for like cold storage. You cannot put a PS5 game anywhere other than on your like it's 820 gigs, I guess, but it's like 670 something gigs that you can actually use. So on the Xbox, on the other hand, you can move your Series X games to external storage just to keep them there if you move them back to play them. And you can go out and buy a stick that you just slot into the back. I think the proprietary cards is a much more elegant solution because they're far more portable. And as far as what you get for the money, they seem perfectly reasonably priced. And presumably, they've hinted at there being more manufacturers making them. We'll see. You know, they have every opportunity to gouge you on the price there. But I don't really like even assuming on the PlayStation side that a few years from now you can easily buy a drive that you just slot in, and assuming you will eventually get the ability to cold store games on an external drive, I still prefer Microsoft's approach. Spyro, are you around? I'll give you like 30 seconds to claim your win here, or we'll just re-roll. It's also funky that like in the UI, like the Xbox UI is like just the same as last generation, basically. It's like a very seamless transition, which, you know, it has its pros and cons because PlayStation has some exciting new features, but it's also like missing features from PS4, and certain things are like weird, just like they were on PS4. My understanding is like dealing with having multiple versions of games, like PS4 and PS5 versions, is like weirdly confusing. Like I've heard a lot of people having like more confusing and frustrating experiences than they were expecting with their PS5s. All right, it's been a couple of minutes. Let's do a reroll. Electro Altruism, congrats. You won, Spyro. I told you like 3 times, and I asked you to comment. So we already re-rolled it. I'm sorry, but you did get to pick. All right, but I'm gonna let Electro Altruism pick the next game anyway. You did get to pick 1 game tonight, so we'll no hard feelings, I hope. But we gotta play fair. So Electro, congrats. I mean, I guess if you would prefer for Spyro to pick, that's fine by me. You can defer to Spyro. That's okay. One of you will have to pick a game. You can whoever picks first, I guess. I'm just eager to get a game picked here. Tekken 7. All right, okay. There we go then. I just gotta remember, like, which console do I... Oh, shit, I just remembered. Well, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of setup. So let's boot this up real quick, because I'm almost certainly gonna have to do download a patch for Tekken 7. But I was gonna need to take a short break now anyway, so I'm gonna make sure to get that patch download started. And then I'm going to take a short break and hope that it's not 50,000 gigs. It might be, though. That's fine. Oh yeah, I gotta do this. Well, we got the skeleton dance. Jamaican skeleton dance. There we go. And let me just fix this. There we go. There's the controller. Let me just it's over here maybe. It's something point something, but it's ticking along pretty quickly. Did I get Kunimitsu? No, I think I got the first season pass. I don't think I've gotten any DLC since then. I don't think I've played the game any since then. It's a neat game, but I'm not super big on Tekken. I haven't played this in a long time, so I don't mind checking it out. Let's also, while we're at it, do this and change the title before I forget. Tekken 67, not quite. There we go. Well, we can download this pretty quickly, but it's gonna have to copy it for like 25 minutes probably. But like I said, I need a short break. Anyway, so I'll be back in a few minutes with Tekken 7 Season 4, I guess. I don't know jack shit about what's new, but I guess they put out a lot of new moves for characters and stuff. It'll be interesting to check out anyway. So see you guys in a couple of minutes. Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. All right, I'm back. And we gotta do some comping. That's how it goes. And this, by the way, is apparently exactly like this on PS5 as well. I mean, I guess it's probably faster. But apparently you don't get stuff downloaded when you finish downloading it. You have to download it and then copy it. Whatever that means. It's like on PS3 where you have to download things and then you have to like fucking unzip it before you can do anything with it. And also you need to have like twice the space. Like if you do a 10 gig download, you need to have 20 gigs free, or otherwise you can't like download and install it. Like 3 generations of PlayStation consoles later, you'd think they would have been able to make that a little more user-friendly, but apparently not. Well, we'll get there soon enough. Basically a safety measure so we can safely abort halfway through the patch process. Well, I'm sure there's a reason for it. Doesn't mean that it's not annoying. And also doesn't mean that whatever it is, Xbox has gotten by just fine without this. And I guess Nintendo consoles also. I mean, on Xbox, you like download, and when it's downloaded, it's done. Even on 360, I remember like whenever you had patches were always like super duper fast. I guess patches for the most part were like huge content updates like this. But even so, like I feel 90% of the time, if you booted up a 360 game and it was like, hey, there's an update for this game, you press OK, and there's like a progress bar that just shows up and like zip, just does that, and then you like it's done. And that was not the case on PS3. But this has been surprisingly humane. I'm guessing the patch probably wasn't super huge then. Which kind of surprises me. I guess Kunimitsu is in it, right? At least. I'm just glad, I suppose, that I made sure that the game was as up to date. I didn't have to download like 8 other characters. Because I definitely didn't... Well, I might have some Season 2 stuff. We'll find out, I guess. I may have gotten the Season 2 pass on sale. But that would have also have been... Oh, it's gonna install it also. It's not like I was playing it until that time. It's more like I hadn't played it for a while. Oh, right. It's on disc. I forgot. Where's the eject button on this thing? Dude, I've had the MK11 disc in here for a while. It's been a while since I had another disc in here. This is also part of the reason, like I've got enough games that I can just boot up on a whim, that the extra 10 seconds to do this, to load the disc, like it's just enough for me to not bother picking those games. Like how, from a technical standpoint, how does it work? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you. And I shouldn't, I mean, I understand having a curiosity about those things. I mean, I do too. But I also feel pretty strongly that I shouldn't have to, like, they should just do it well. It'll be interesting, though, playing this after Tekken 2. It's going to feel pretty different. But yeah, I don't think I've played this in so long. Like, I mean, I don't follow Tekken. Obviously, competitive fighting games are in a kind of a weird spot this year, but I'd watch it here and there. I've always liked watching Tekken 7. I think it's the most fun Tekken to watch in a long time. Tekken 6 was, like, awful to watch. And Tag 2 wasn't great either. But Tekken 7 has genuinely been fun to watch for the most part. So I've kept up a tiny bit with, you know, the characters and the controversies and, you know, all that shit. And like very, very vaguely some of what has changed in the game. Yeah, Tekken 6, like, at least if like me you're not following it, you just kind of watched an Evo top 8 here or there. It was a lot of the same characters. Not only Bob, but there was a lot of Bobs for sure. I think Evo, was it 2010? Had like 6 Bobs. Reinhardt played Kazuya and he was immediately eliminated. And there was like one other player who was, I don't know, Miguel or something. But Tag 2 was also like the combos were just like super duper long and just kind of tedious to watch. I had a degree of excitement for Tag 2 for a bit, but it cooled off pretty quickly, both in terms of playing and watching. Dude, just like compared this, how fucking sleep inducing this is compared to the Tekken 2 intro. That was so much fucking more exciting. I was just going for all this drama that just, in my opinion, falls flat. But also the fact that this is all kind of trying to tie into the story and the story mode that I felt was pretty awful in this game. Well, we get to see more characters here that I don't think we really see much of in the story mode, but nah. Like, I think Tekken 7, in terms of how it plays and how the game works and watching competitive play and everything, as a competitive game, I think Tekken 7 is probably the best Tekken has ever been. But in like every other regard, I feel like it's an absolute low point for the series. Like in terms of atmosphere and presentation and all this shit, like, not that it's the worst it's ever been in every way, but it's like the most kind of disappointing and underwhelming. Tekken 7 took a long time to come out, and after it was out in arcades, it took like another 2 years before to hit console, which is like the longest any Tekken game has taken, really. Like Tag 2 also, which is like become the standard, I guess. I think 6 even was the same. They waited to release the home port until after they did the big update. So Tekken 6 had Bloodline Rebellion, which was like the basis for the home version. Tag 2 had Tag 2 Unlimited, which was the basis for the home version of Tag 2. And Tekken 7 had Fated Retribution, which was the base for home version of Tekken 7. But in both 6 and Tag 2's case, like, those updates came out like within the first year and not that many months later before the home version came out. In Tekken 7, Fated Retribution came out like a year after, and it took like another 18 months or something for the home version to come out. And even then... okay. In terms of features and modes and extras and stuff, like, it was so bare bones compared to every other home version of Tekken, I felt. Yeah, I think I have all the Season 1 characters, who are, I guess, Geese, Noctis. Who were the actual Tekken characters? I don't remember. I guess we'll find out. Because I think Season 2 was like Julia and... was Anna and Lei also Season 2? Geese then. Alright. Sure. Because I think like Season 3... was Season 3 Julia and Ganryu, and then Fakumram. Because there was Zafina at some point, Leroy, of course. I'm trying to remember what actual Tekken characters was in the first season, because it wasn't only the DLC characters, right? Yeah, there's a lot of shit here. Tekken prowess. I think it's a neat system. I'm glad to see that they do a lot of. Oh yeah, Negan, of course, but that doesn't answer my question of actual Tekken characters. Okay. I guess I bought some DLC. Marduk, right? And Armor King. Yeah, Armor King wasn't in this. Julia, Negan. Okay. Summer lesson set. I think these are probably like season pass items, if I had to guess. So I think that's all season 2. All right, there we go. I'm so lost. I haven't played this like forever. Arcade battle. Well, we'll do medium, I guess. Tekken Superstar Negan, yeah. Featuring Negan from the Devil May Cry series. Anything we'd want to change here? I doubt it. Oh yeah, I should try this with my PSVR sometime, just to mess around with it, because it has a VR mode. Ultimate Tekken Bowl. Well, I guess we're doing. Well, we should probably do that. Let's do arcade battle as Geese Howard. So all the available characters should be visible. Okay, yeah. So I guess trying to look here. Because I think Eliza was like a pre-order bonus or something. I don't like, she's kind of DLC, but I don't think she was like part of the season 1. So you have Geese and Noctis. Oh, is that it? Because looking at the bottom rows, like these characters were all included, right? Like these weren't DLC characters. Because then I guess Anna, Marduk, Julia, man, but maybe Lei and Anna were season 1 also. That doesn't seem. Oh man, my memory is so bad. Because clearly Leroy, Fakumram, Zafina, and Ganryu were season 3, because I don't have those characters, and Kuni is the first character of season 4. Maybe it's just for these. I don't know, because it doesn't seem to make sense that season 2 would have had 6 characters. I mean, I guess it's 8 characters all in all, so there would have been Anna, Geese, Noctis, and Lei. I just don't remember it that way at all, but that just goes to show how little I know about this game. Yeah, tell you what, Electro, I do feel bad about you getting a snub like that, so I'm gonna let you pick the next game. How about that? I think that's all fair. So yeah, we got some. That's just. I guess they've created more presets. I think, but they didn't used to be. Well, maybe not. He's got the young Geese costume from Art of Fighting 2, but it doesn't have the long hair, and I don't know. It looks kind of weird. I prefer his classic look.
Geese Howard. Get ready for the next battle.
Now, I don't really know how to play Geese in his own games, let alone here. But we'll press some buttons. It's not like I knew how to play Law in Tekken 2. Arena. I would get the Pac-Man arena. They dressed this stage up for the 40th anniversary.
Show me that power of yours.
Unrelenting night.
Round one. Fight.
So I guess the decorated life bars that I have is something that I've like customized on my user or something. But one thing that I like that they do in this game is that every season they like recolor the life bars. So that like instantly, if you watch footage, you can tell what season of the game you're kind of looking at. But I feel like they had the colors right the first time, and then they've only become weirder. Yeah, so the 2D characters have like jump-ins and shit. I think it's really interesting how they've like translated these 2D characters to this game, which is honestly why I'm still very excited for Tekken Cross Street Fighter to happen at some point.
Give in to your fears.
I don't think I would like it more than a new Street Fighter game because I just don't like Tekken as much as Street Fighter. And I don't think aesthetically Tekken's art direction is where I would want Street Fighter to go. But it would be an exciting, interesting, fresh take that I would love to see. I mean, speaking of how I don't expect Street Fighter 6 to like excite me, I think Tekken Cross Street Fighter as a side thing would be really exciting to me, because I think they've done, and even with Goki, they just did such a good job to begin with translating him and making him fit into Tekken and just making it mesh. That, and, you know, and then they had Geese, and he's really cool too. Like, I just think I have the utmost confidence
Round one.
that they'd be able to make good on the concept of bringing Street Fighter characters, you know, at a larger scale into Tekken. So I'd be really really excited to see what that might be like. And yeah, Eliza's a weird one. She was from Tekken Revolution, the free-to-play game. And
Round two.
she was like I think she was like the winner of some kind of poll. There was like some kind of poll for like character concepts for like the character that they were going to add, original character to Tekken Revolution. And it was just like a, you know, a vampire lady or whatever was like the description. And I just remember, I think they might have been concept drawings, at least for some of them. That's sick. I just remember one of them was like a female Tekken Force soldier, which was one of my favorites. I thought she looked really cool. And one of them was like a fish. One of the characters was like some random old guy with no powers. Yeah, there was like definitely some weird ones like that. But like Vampire Lady won, and she got turned into Eliza. And she's got this weird thing. Like we saw that in her intro. She's like falling asleep. I want to say that's like some kind of mechanic that she has.
Come on.
Where she can like fall asleep or something. Oh, Jack is so fucking ugly in this game.
Round one. Fight.
Oh boy. So I don't know. All right. That's a Giantkin, I guess. Like I said, I don't know Geese's moves at all, but we're getting by okay here.
Fight.
Yeah, she has meter. Like she was the first Tekken character to have her own like meter system in Tekken Revolution, which carried over into this game. Of course, Goki and Geese have meters too. So I wonder if I should look up the move list. So Geese is based on KOF 14 basically. He's got the KOF 14 super meter, and his moveset is pretty much based on it. He has max mode and EX. Yeah, arcade mode is like ultra short, by the way. It's like 5 battles or something. It's pretty shit. Unpopular opinion, I thought Fakamram looked cool. I mean, he's a bit much. I think he's like someone was tuning the edgelord knob and then it just really slipped and it fucking went into overdrive. He's got like edgy scars across his entire body and he's like super evil badass. Like he looks like a fucking like all those Street Fighter 4 mods where someone made fucking evil Sagat where he's got a goatee and tribal tattoos on his shorts. Like that's what Fakumram is like to me. Yeah, he's got the proper like forward heavy kick. The old SVC infinite move. He's got a plane shift move from Real Bout. That's pretty sick. But yeah, they do a good job of like implementing some things. Like you can do kind of like with I'm not sure if it works with Geese, but with Goki you can definitely like cancel into special moves and stuff. But his meter system is like very much based on KOF 14 because he's got those EX moves in max mode and shit like that. But he's still like, you know, if you don't know KOF, got him. Hey, we got another trophy. This game has like a supposedly super duper easy platinum, but I've got like 30% of trophies. That's how little I play this. He is a little bit different, but you could still like he's still within the realm of how unique or weird a Tekken character could be, especially now that they've added certain characters like Eliza, who also is a little bit different. Like the 2D characters, they just mesh kind of surprisingly well. At least in terms of, you know, retaining, considering how much they retain of their original counterparts. It's impressive, I think, how well they've sort of been adapted. And like I said, you know, I think visually, Geese and Goki, they fit in well. Oh yeah, that's a cancel right there. But they feel like part of this game. And because I like Street Fighter a lot, I'd be excited to see similar takes on characters I actually really care about. And which Goki really isn't. I mean, he's fine, he's whatever, but he's never the character I'd be the most excited to see. Man, I did not remember at all that she even had a boss for him. Makes sense, but I didn't remember it. Yeah, speaking of the soundtrack, which we talked about before, like, I feel like I haven't even noticed the music in this game. Oh yeah, you can do like jump-ins and combo off of them. That's definitely pretty different from most Tekken characters. How do I... There we go. A, B, I guess, too. Oh! That was punishable.
Final round. Fight.
So I guess the... Oh, that did some damage. So yeah, he doesn't even have a hop kick because he does his 2D jump kick instead. Shit, I tried to do my rage art, didn't quite work out. Well, rip 1cc.
Continue.
We'll keep going. It's the guy with the raging demon in Mugen. Yeah, that's fucking Rom, basically. It's weird too because I mean with Goki, I guess I could
Round one.
I could lean a little bit on what I know from Street Fighter, but like not completely, obviously. But with Geese, I don't have anything really, and what little instincts I have for Tekken mechanics are not easy to apply either.
Two. Fight.
All right, let's do simple combos at least. Oh shit! Oh yeah, that's from Real Bout, isn't it?
KO.
Looks better. Yeah, I was trying to do his Raging Storm before. Wow, is this unskippable? Well, I guess it's just loading the other character. Oh boy, unskippable cutscenes in a fighting game though. Surely it's loaded now.
Final.
Yeah, there we go.
Fight.
I love his fucking running animation too. But it's like from KOF, I guess. Oh boy. That should be it. Nope. Fuck. I guess you still take damage. Oh yeah, I lost the first round. Fuck.
Continue.
You have armor when you do supers or rage arts, but I think you still take damage. Maybe you take reduced damage. I forget how it works. Like lows go through armor, but you can definitely tank more than one hit. I'm pretty sure, unless it's like changed in season 4. But
Round one. Fight.
did I do a fucking while standing one into something? I sure did. Oh, that was a mid, I guess.
KO.
It's like I kind of want to redo the fight now because I feel like I need both rounds in, I guess, their second form. I still don't understand exactly how I did that uppercut, but oh boy, I thought that would be a down attack. Oh, I thought for sure that would punish. Oh, whew. I was like, am I really gonna lose both rounds? Oh boy. It almost I almost wish I did in a way so I could have both rounds going into her second form. But you know, I might get lucky.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, that's unblockable, I guess. Oh, I tried to sidestep. Yeah. That hit in a different way than I was expecting to, but
You lose.
I thought for sure
Continue.
she had me there. Like, you can't do EX moves unless you're in max mode. And I got a little confused about how to activate max mode. I thought I knew, but then I didn't. And I'm not sure if he has other supers than the Raging Storm. I mean, I have a command list. I can look it up, but I guess we can do that real quick because we might.
Fight.
So I wonder if this is like, oh, Deadly Rave. So does this? It doesn't say. Well, let's see here. Yeah, it's got command normals. I guess this is, yeah, the way that it's kind of KOF. You can just cancel normal into command normal into special. It seems like. Yeah, I sure need to. I think this is the. Oh, I think that's a corkscrew. What do they call it, right? Sends airborne opponents spinning down. Hadouken. Oh, okay. So the heavy version is follow-ups. Jayaken. Okay. Shippuken. Genshikukyak. Okay. All right. So, oh, I see. Well, I guess it's ABC, right? Laigo Leppuken. Okay. Oh, okay. So it requires both buttons. I see. All right, so we got a super Reppuken. Okay, maybe we'll try that. There we go. All right, that's a better combo anyway. Oh boy. Oh, I guess that combos. But I'm not. Is that kick cancelable? Wouldn't mind getting into Tekken 7. All the DLC is kind of putting me off. I mean, that's what fighting games are, I guess. Although I guess I'm not sure exactly what you mean by being put off by DLC. I mean, especially if you buy on PC, there's usually, well, I guess the console too, they usually discount stuff pretty heavily eventually. Although Tekken hasn't released like a, well, actually they might have released like a version that has, obviously you can't buy a single bundle that is completely up to date with season 4, but there might be a version that comes with like the previous seasons if you buy it now. Wow, okay, that's just not going great. Okay, that's a high, I guess. How did I not die from that anti-air? That did like 2 pixels. Alright, that's pretty good. Oh, that's 2 bars, I guess. Maybe it's, you can only, I mean, that would make sense if it's Superstar 2 buttons, so you only do the level 2 versions. Also, I guess he doesn't really have, like, launchers, maybe. Or not to the same extent, anyway. Ah! Whew. There we go. 50,000 Gs.
You win.
And yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a... especially if it's something you're just kind of dabbling with or messing around with, I don't think there's at all a need to just commit to buying everything immediately. I mean, I can relate to that because I always feel that way. I feel like I want to have all the characters, even if it's a game I barely play. But if it like is putting you off playing it to begin with, I don't think that's necessarily like right now. There's the fighting games sale on Steam. You can buy it. I think it's $10 for the game, and I would assume that doesn't come with anything, any of the DLC. But it could be that they've bundled in some of the DLC stuff. I'm not sure actually, but even then, $10 gives you still a lot of game and more than enough to kind of get a feel for whether you like the game, I suppose. Because yeah, it's like anything you would expect pretty much is on sale. I didn't. I picked up a few things, just some anime fighters and some weird little indie stuff that I didn't have. Otherwise, most of what's on sale. Maybe not most mathematically, but like if you look at the top stuff. It's most stuff that I already own anyway. Although I own most games on console, there might be sale on DLC as well. I don't really know, but that'd be a good opportunity to pick stuff up. But that's usually what I do here. Like, I have season 1 and I guess season 2 for this, and I didn't pay full price for either of them. Like, usually if you wait until the next season pass is out, the previous one is usually either lowered in price permanently, or they're just like more, it's usually discounted more aggressively when there are sales. And even on PlayStation and Xbox, sales are like fairly regular these days. Yeah, the fact that there are no endings. Yeah, I forgot. I was gonna say that, like, hey, there are these like little mini endings and stuff, but I forgot that those aren't in the arcade mode. Those are in the weird little story mode. So the arcade, it's just this. Like, the arcade mode is pretty shit in this game. I mean, of course, there is like treasure battle. There's stuff you can do online single player mode. But the fact that all of that, like Tekken 5 had treasure battle, but it also had a proper arcade mode with endings. This game doesn't really add much to make up for the lack of those things. It is the story mode, but I think it's like one of the worst story modes in any fighting games. Yeah, I picked up Koihime Embu because he was reduced from €4 to €1.50 or something. It's obviously not at all my jam aesthetically, but I've heard there's some pretty fun mechanics. Like, I want to say Koihime Embu is like kind of similar to what is it called? The Data East game with that's also like, I don't know if it's Three Kingdoms, but I think it was like Outlaws of the Lost Dynasty or something, the English version. Cannot for the life of me remember the Japanese title. But there's like a combo system where Suiko Embu, right? Because I knew it had like a similar, I can visualize the kanji, like Suiko Embu, right? I think it has a similar system where you can do like, in a combo, you can do like a floor bounce and then a wall bounce. Like, it has a kind of an interesting looking combo system. And I recall hearing that Koihime Embu has like a similar system to that. I want to say they also like redid a lot of the art. Like, when it first came out, it looked really rough, or maybe the first version or something, because it has this like kind of CG, like 3D models. But yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard this
Game over.
seems like DMCA waiting to happen. This music, I don't know. But yeah, so I you know, for €2 or whatever, I thought Koihime Embu is something I could check out. And I did actually pick up Nitro Plus Blasters, which was also like a couple of euros. Koihime to me plays more like Sam's Show until someone gets a lethal counter. Yeah, that sounds familiar. It's like a counter hit kind of deal, but it has those like, it has kind of big combos, but not in the kind of Melty Blood Guilty Gear sense, but these like weird stray hits that lead to these like bounce launches and stuff. It seemed kind of neat, but I don't know if I'll figure it out. Seems Ultimate is €20. Is that the Tekken bundle? One of these years, I feel like I should get the Street Fighter 5 Champion Edition thing, but I've never like bothered. So I guess if I go in here, by the way, yeah, it's like wall split. Exactly, there's like these wall bounce kind of things. All right, so there's the main story and then the character episode. There's a bunch of exclamation mark here. I guess I just didn't do all of them. Question is, did they add? I'm pretty sure they didn't like. Oh, okay. Eliza is here. But yeah, none of the DLC characters even get this little thing. And these are like pretty much the equivalent to the character stories. In fact, we can do one of these, I guess. In Street Fighter 5, and that you're like, they're one match long and has like some attempt at storytelling. Claudio. Well, maybe we can learn the lore about Eliza. Even this, like, we don't get cool artwork or stuff like you get in Tekken 4 and shit. Now I just get a filter on a screenshot. Eliza was only supposed to take a short nap, but she ended up sleeping for 600 years. Upon awakening, she found her powers as a vampire had faded to nothing. In an attempt to restore her strength, she consumed the blood of several victims. However, it wasn't enough. Yes, I pressed the button. Do I press it again? Yeah, okay. What she needed was the blood of someone with an intense spiritual force. Maybe then she would return to peak condition. But did such a person even exist in this era? No one sprang to mind. Left with no other choice, Eliza headed for the old HQ of the clan of exorcists who had caused her no end of trouble when she last prowled the nights. Perhaps some of their descendants were still alive.
Time for breakfast.
Is for fighting Claudio? Yeah. I keep forgetting that this guy, like, exists. Tekken 7, I think, is, like, peculiar when it comes to newcomers. It has, like, I feel like the largest group of newcomers in a while. I mean, especially with DLC, that they add new characters and stuff. But even at launch, at least on console, I mean, Eliza wasn't new. She was in Tekken Revolution. But Claudio, Katarina, Lucky Chloe, Gigas, Shaheen. Am I forgetting someone? Oh, I guess he also has like 2D jump kicks.
You win.
I think Eliza had an infinite at some point. That sounds vaguely familiar.
Call yourself an exorcist.
Oh yeah, enjoy your Tekken ending.
I'm beat. Gonna get home and rest. Je t'ai enfin trouvé. Tu étais emprisonnée sous la propriété de Rochefort. Je suis ta sœur. Caesar? Yeah, right. I was born 1,000 years and 4 months ago. You're about a millennium too young to be... Hey! Like I was saying, I slept a few centuries beneath your estate and... Réveille-toi! Ne t'avise pas de t'endormir en ma présence. You just don't shut up, do you? As I was saying, the Rochefort family and I... Tu devrais boire moins de sang et plus de café.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that I don't really think Tekken endings / storytelling / skits are really improved by adding dialogue to them. It's just like so clunky, but it's because everything is done in engine, they don't have any other characters and no other locations, so it's like that's all the endings are like that. It's pretty shit, honestly. I loved Tekken endings, and I guess this game has, like, to make up for the fact that it doesn't have any endings, they put in all the endings for the other games. Tekken Tag 2 has, like, yeah, we can spend 2 million to buy 212 items. I think it has, like, yeah, there's opening movies, everybody's endings. I'm gonna assume if there's 200 things here, yeah, it has artworks also. So it's like, it's got a solid gallery, that's cool, but it's like, it's all shit that's like, man, look at all this stuff that's not in this game. Intro trailers. I guess the DLC characters, some of them at least, come with just the art unlocked. Huh, I guess even if you don't need to get the characters, you still just get the art. That's neat. Yeah, New Kinemitsu looks pretty cool. Go all the way back here. Not as many things here, but yeah, I've got to have this. That's what I thought previously, I guess. So I guess I spent the points to unlock this. This is like so fucking good. Like, how are the fucking Tekken 1 endings better than Tekken 7 endings? Oh, dude. But yeah, I mean, if you remember, we played Tekken 2 and like Yoshimitsu in this game, he's just like, it's just a purple guy with some stripy textures on him. I mean, granted, it was not easy to do CG at this point, but like, holy shit, this looks like I said. I mean, even some of like this, like the key art, this looks a lot better. But even so, okay, I need a different stick to scroll, I guess. But like Tekken 2. And we can watch the best intro ever. That's nice. It's really unfortunate that they don't have more like individual character portraits and stuff. But like, this is a pretty significant leap up from Tekken 1. Tekken 2 Law ending. I mean, we saw it, but we can watch it again. Sure. I actually remember this. I think this was like on a magazine cover. I remember that I owned back in the day. I recognize and remember some of these artworks, but some not so much. Yeah, even here, like there's just like no like 2D art and stuff. I wonder if some of these endings I've unlocked by like getting rewards or something, because some of them I'm surprised I would have actually like specifically went to unlock. But yeah, even Tekken 3. But Tekken 4 should have a lot more. Yeah. Actually, these are all just like the story mode artworks. There's a lot of actual like character illustrations for this game that were published that I guess aren't included here. Well, we can why'd I have to press a button to full screen? That's stupid, but I guess the video quality is actually probably better here. I mean, this shit is funnier than that Eliza thing for sure. Definitely some good faces. This summary, okay. Oh wow, we get a little digest movie. Oh boy, I don't think I have the patience for this. Yeah. Yeah, you're just kind of like reminded of how so many things you take for granted with 3D animation and stuff. But yeah, like the leap from 2 to 3 is huge, and I think it's comparable to the jump from 1 to 2. But again, I remembered 2 as being so much closer to 1 visually, and then playing the game like, nah, it really isn't. Special collection of special movies and artworks. What's this then? Oh, it's like Pachislot. I guess it's probably Pachislot Pachinko. Okay. I thought there might be something more with like Tekken Resolute. I was called Tekken Resolute. The fucking Ares memes. Tekken Revolution, and there's been like Tekken card battle on phones, and there was what was it called? Tekken Prologue or something. They released a CG movie that had a special edition that came with like a PS3 Blu-ray that had like some kind of version of Tekken Tag with like 4 characters or something. Surprised they didn't add the Tekken movie. Which one? There's 3 Tekken movies. There's the the anime OAV, I guess. And there are 2 live-action Tekken movies. I really need to watch the second one at some point. I've seen the first one, but not the second one. Oh, I got like... There's no like mark all as red button. I would have appreciated that, but oh well. Oh yeah, and there's the CG. Yeah, right. The movie I just was referring to. I can't remember what it was called, but it had a version of like Tekken Tag 2 or something. I don't know. I want to say maybe I'm just getting it mixed up because it featured character who was in Tekken Tag Tournament or something. But I think it had like Xiaoyu and that school guy, and I want to say Devil. I don't know. It's just a weird little thing. Well, Tekken 7, like, it's a good fighting game, but as a like enjoyable product, as a single, like, you know, if you're not into competitive play or online play, there's like not an awful lot here compared to what you've come to expect from Tekken games, in my opinion. I feel like, I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but it feels like that has been sacrificed for the sake of the story mode, which I think is so... It stings extra that all those things are missing, that the story mode is so bad, but... Tekken 7, still a cool game for sure. Well... I think we're done with Tekken 7 there. I could mess around with it longer, but we could move on to something else. So, Electro, I would still like to extend my offer to let you pick the next game if you would like. We can do a poll if you, or a raffle if you would prefer, but I'd be happy to let you pick the final game. Because technically you did win a raffle, right? So it's only right that you get to choose. So, did I... You like listen to the music. I forget if these are like DLCs. The playlist. I guess I haven't really been messing around with this too much. Okay. Oh, okay. So I guess I had it set to check. I didn't even realize the little check there. There's a big into Zero Divide's late 90s aesthetic. Let's Go Fighters Impact. That, my friend, is a very good choice. That is an excellent game. An excellent game for sure. It's really, really cool. Definitely one of the... Among the like PS1 fighting games that isn't like a known top tier popular worldwide published game or anything. It's definitely one of the better ones, for sure. So, we'll make that happen. We'll make that happen. I shall unhook my arcade stick here. And shut down my PS4. And do the tiniest bit of setup here to get my PlayStation 2 up and running. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the cable here. And we shall switch over here. Let me fix this. Oh yeah, swap over. Change the resolution. There we go. Let me just check, because I'm pretty sure I've got some kind of save data for this. I just need to check, cross-check my spreadsheet here for which part I've got this. Part C, that's the one I just had, so that makes this easier. Perfect. Gotta get Zero Divide 3. I'm not perfectly clear on whether it is like a part 3 or what it is exactly, but there's a Saturn Zero Divide. I looked at it when I was doing my last ever, I guess, Surugaya order a few weeks ago. I don't think I bought it, but I don't remember. I don't think it was like expensive, but it was probably a little bit pricey for you know, anything over a couple of hundred yen is usually enough to kind of give me potential second thoughts as far as like impulse purchases go. And I usually get like a bunch of games at once. And if, you know, one or two can be more expensive, but if I get like a dozen games that are 1,000 yen, it gets expensive pretty quickly. But I don't remember it being like expensive. I was actually looking at ordering a there was a guidebook for Zero Divide 2. But in the time during my sort of browsing and putting together my shopping cart, it was actually sold, so I wasn't able to get it. I did find, by the way, that when I was looking for some reference materials for my Zero Divide 2 artwork that I'm working on, that Zoom has a website up for Zero Divide and for Zero Divide 2. And I was like, have these been around since then? But I believe that those pages were uploaded or re-uploaded or posted or whatever in conjunction with release of the games on PSN. Because the website has copyright from like 2010 or something, but it like 1,000% looks like a 90s website. According to the intro, this game takes place in the 70s. That's cool. I guess you wouldn't really know. But yeah, this is such an awesome game. Like, silky smooth, 60 FPS, fairly detailed characters. Even the arenas are like... I'm always impressed when I see a PS1 fighting game. Especially, or at least if it runs at 60 FPS. But even in general, I guess, when they do stuff with the backgrounds. Because I feel like plenty of games... Like, no games ever had opportunity to get elaborate with backgrounds, really. Because of the limitations, like you want a good frame rate and you have two detailed characters. Backgrounds are always secondary. But the stuff that impresses me the most is honestly stuff like this, where it's made with such incredibly limited means, but they're really, really economical and clever about where they put the detail to sort of imply a lot that isn't really there. Oh yeah, I need to check my crop filter here. That looks better. So this game has an interesting system too, where there's a bunch of characters, but each character has like 3 versions with different fighting styles and different costumes.
Weak.
That's a good voice. But yeah, like there's a bunch of games that have, you know, either the Tekken style, just a tiling endless floor with one image in the backdrop. Because like usually, whether it's PlayStation or Saturn, they would use kind of different parts of the hardware to render 2D versus 3D stuff. So usually the background would be a flat 2D layer. It can sort of scroll, but you'll notice that the perspective never changes on the background. It's always flat. Even if the camera moves upwards or downwards, like you never get any kind of perspective shift on the background layer. But for the most part, you know, the camera doesn't really move vertically very much. It doesn't, or more importantly, it doesn't rotate up and down. Except if you're Evil Zone. Not Evil, fucking Killing Zone. I always get them fucking mixed up. Not Ed's Value, but Killing Zone, the Scarab masterpiece that we played on Halloween, where it does all kinds of crazy shit with the camera, but the 2D layer is like aligned, so it's really disorienting. But other games have maybe a Virtua Fighter style platform with like a sort of 2D layer. But it's fairly rare to see something that's much more elaborate than that. And I don't know if I would say that this is much more elaborate than that, but it uses those very, very limited means in an incredibly efficient way. And it just blows me away, like how much they do with so little. I think these stages are like way cooler than anything in Tekken. I never liked the Tekken stages. I think I mean, some of them are kind of, along with the music and stuff, they can have cool atmosphere, but like in terms of, they never feel like a location. They always feel kind of weird with the endless stuff, and like even in the new games, new meaning 5+, I guess, the endless stages look a little more believable, and they actually use 3D geometry, and it's kind of projected in a weird way. There's like an obvious seam in the floor between the tiling and the background, but there's other examples of this, like oh dude, but look how much shit there actually is. There's like fully polygonal cars driving by. Even if the architecture of the buildings is simple, like the fact that we have, like, I'm just pointing at stuff on my screen here, but like for a 60 FPS game, like it's these backgrounds are shockingly detailed. And I think the characters, there's probably, you know, fewer polygons and less going on texture-wise, maybe compared to something like Tekken 3.
Yeah.
But even compared to Tekken 2, I don't think the characters are maybe that much more detailed. They also, like, they have the flat shading, which I'm assuming would affect like rendering power required. Here you can kind of see the house, by the way, like the fact that it's flat 2D. But the perspective effect kind of doesn't work as well. Works well enough, but it's a little more noticeable. Well, not when it's off screen, I guess, but like, it's so impressive how they managed to make this feel like a fleshed out location like this. And I think the Rakjim games, like the Gei Togi Shadow Struggle and Critical Blow, those are kind of more 2D the way they play, but they still have, they're all polygon graphics, and they do kind of even more interesting stuff in that they kind of play around with they have the kind of set camera, so they can use just a more defined composition of 3D elements. They don't have to have this thing where you can see every direction. But even the fact, like some of these stages where, like that the alleyway where there's like a road off to one side, it's not just one arena with one backdrop. Like, it is actually 3D space with different details in different directions. It's really impressive. Yeah, they just do, like, the same thing with the pillars here. They're all 2D. I didn't get too close a look at the statues on the other stage. I'm not sure if they were like kind of flat elements in the 3D scene. Probably not. They were probably 2D. As you can kind of tell here too, like the floor and the pillars, they kind of do as good a job they can to have them match up, but they don't actually connect. Actually, I think that stage might be infinite. I think this game might have infinite stages. I could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, they were definitely flat. They weren't modeled in 3D. But I wasn't sure exactly how they were kind of constructed. But yeah, you can see here, like, each character, except some of the secret characters, which I guess we unlocked when we played this before. The secret characters, as well as the weird Kappa guy, they all only have one fighting style, but everyone else has 3. Because you can kind of see, like, the statues are sort of attached to the 3D geometry, it seems. Like, you can see the building, like, the perspective is kind of off. It's, like, kind of weird. Whereas the statues and trees seem more attached to the 3D. Anyway, this game owns. We should probably play it sometime. Yukio is a guest character from a Taito shoot 'em up. Interesting. Dropping the lore. Just make sure. I'm assuming it did load, but Because we saw the other characters, but just to be sure. Yes, data loaded. Let's check it, because I don't remember the controls here exactly. Okay, yeah, I've adapted it from my weird joystick here. Punch, kick, S. Okay. I do want to say that when we played this last time, I had the manual because we were looking at moves and stuff, and I don't remember how this really works, but we'll figure it out. I remember the last boss being pretty rough. Actually, is there I remember being stuck on the last boss, so maybe we'll go easy in this game. I've played this before and beaten it on normal, I think, so maybe we've got nothing to prove. And if it turns out to be a super cakewalk, then we can change it back, I guess. So Yuko is the like the monster guy, right? Combo the Mambo, yeah, right. Just like I remember not understanding what this was exactly, but we should play the game first anyway. The artwork and the character design is so awesome in this game. All this good ass 90s shit. Yeah, this guy. Selena's pretty cool. Like, she's got a wrestling style, so we definitely played as her before. Yeah, so Hoi Hoi and Raul are not available from the beginning. I think there is another boss character. I think isn't there like 4 bosses or something in this? I want to say there's more boss characters to unlock. So I guess if you pick, yeah, right. It's the main style, Aikido, Taekwondo. Can you back out? Doesn't seem like it. Well, you can press start to confirm, I guess. Looks like we're going with this chick. Yeah, I remember distinctly there's a page in the manual that has like 4 portraits on it. Oh, I guess we've got the alternate color. It's quite the BGM we got here. This game has like a super slick freeform combo system where you can string stuff together. I forget exactly how it works, but it's really easy to use and feels really good. But you can see it's like connected to those boxes, and it's something with like you can use any move once in a combo string, and you can sort of connect. It's a little bit like a custom combo in a Street Fighter game, where if you imagine that you can only use every move once, and there's like a bunch of normals, or like command normals, I guess, if you press like back plus punch or forward plus punch, so you can kind of string them together in any way you want. I'll do a little intro. Okay, so S doesn't necessarily seem... Oh, no, you can attack with it, I guess. Forward. Yeah, holding forward and pressing S does a little hop kick at least.
Ready? Go.
So, yeah, you see how, like, string together punching, standing punches, crouching punches. I guess he probably does have... Turn around, please. Fucking back turn states in 3D fighting games. Always the worst. If this is Taekwondo, it makes sense that you wouldn't have that many punch moves, but you would have many more kick moves to string together. Well, it definitely has got a cakewalk factor to it right now, but that could definitely change. As far as the other boss characters, I don't remember the Arabic girl. I do remember... There's this like edgelord rock star looking guy with like black leather pants or something, who I think is like the final boss. I remember you being in kind of a dark room on a platform, and I would get ring outed. So as far as the box stuff going on with the combo system, I forget exactly. There's like something. Oh shit, she's got a flamingo stance. It's pretty sick. Like the number that you manage to string together has like some significance of some kind. Damn. But you can see, you can definitely, like, this game is just super button mash
I
friendly.
ask you, is it truth you seek or chaos?
I'm not entirely sure what's going on with these voice clips, but unknown enemy comes up. Maybe we'll see one of the other bosses.
Ready?
Nope, it's Hoi Hoi.
Go.
So like this stage right here is obviously not that. It's got a DDT. That's cool. Not that elaborate. And this is kind of more the standard I might expect from other games. I'm not sure what the flashing indicates. It's like the, I think it's like the longest combo you've done in that round or something, maybe? Maybe not. Ah, shit. Cakewalk status officially over. But like the animation's really pretty damn good in this too. There's a, oh shit, back throw. Fuck. There's like a bunch of cheat codes and stuff in this too. I remember we messed around with that last time. You can like make your character into like a stick figure or make them into a like flat 2D paper looking character and shit like that. Like big head mode. Flashing needs to overheat. Oh, okay, right. That sounds familiar. Maybe it happens if you accidentally repeat buttons. That might be what it is. You are not so tough. Tetsuyato Shinkaida. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen his work elsewhere.
Ready?
Like it's one of those like it looks distinctive and kind of memorable, but it's also entirely possible that it's just a pretty, not that it's generic, but it's like it's of its time, right? And there's kind of an aesthetic to it that you would have seen other things that aren't too dissimilar. Right, so if you don't feel confident that you can press more buttons without repeating, it's better to just let go of the buttons so you don't end up in that cooldown situation. Alright, that worked. Nice.
Ready? Go.
Yeah, Hoi Hoi's design sure is something in general. Throws in 3D fighters are always hella satisfying. That's the back throw, I guess. But you can still kind of like shift around a little bit. So even if you kind of overheat like that, you sort of, I mean, I'm not sure it's safe, but oh, fuck. You get like stunned after the DDT as well. Well, I did that one time at least. No, I fucking back turn again. Nice, got him. I wonder if there's like jump, like down attacks. Yeah, this is her like alternate color scheme. I think her default colors look better. She's got like a blue shirt. But the fact that you get like 3 unique costumes with multiple color schemes for each, it's pretty damn impressive.
Go.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of kind of overlap. The different fighting styles are kind of move sets in the sense that if you play Sanson, who also has Taekwondo as his main style, like it's a lot of the same moves. I'm not sure if it's like completely the same. It might be. But even so, like, that's still pretty cool. Like, you can pick a character design you like with a fighting style you like. I mean, obviously not everyone can use everything, but you get more variety than you might for most games.
KO. Ready? Go.
I guess you got like 2D jumps. But it's a nice feeling game. Like it's pretty different from most, like It doesn't play like a 2D fighter. It doesn't really play like a 3D fighter either. It's like pretty original, but it's fun and it feels really good. And it runs silky smooth and has very impressive backgrounds. So I definitely really like this game. I think this game... Oh, dude. Freaking break the glass. I think this game... Critical Blow. I mean, all those, like Critical Blow, Shadow Struggle, and Heaven's Gate are all really cool.
Ready?
I love this stage. I think Boogie is another game, aka Kensei Sacred Fist, that has a lot of cool stuff going on. But it's got kind of... It's got blander characters, in my opinion, than some of these other games. It doesn't quite, like, fully get there in terms of this aesthetic flavor that I really like. Ouch. Oh, can I do something with all three buttons, maybe? Nope. Oh, yeah, I guess I just remembered there was, like, a setting for the overheat thing, which I think you can just disable that system, I guess. Also, by the way, you gotta respect games that give each character their own logo with a different font. That's always a sick feature. Oh. Found his Twitter. Cool, I gotta check that out for sure. Alright, I was stunned.
Ready?
I definitely don't have a good grasp on what the stun system, like how that works, but... Oh, shit. Marcus, I don't know what he's doing exactly, but it's quite charming. It's pretty cool. I don't know about this background music, though. Not the most exciting. Some truck noises in the background. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Oh, no, you don't. Whew. That little waving American flag. It's pretty cool stuff.
Ready? Go.
Oh boy. We're just this music on every stage, huh? Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh boy. Oh, I wonder if maybe you get stunned if you get hit during overheat. Could it be that simple? Oh boy. Gaps in that string of mine, I guess. Nope. Jump over here. Oh shit! I got a stun.
Ring out.
Dude, even the little animation of him like falling over the ledge, so good. Yeah, I'm stunned now. It's very interesting. Like, it's a, even if you don't know moves or like frame data or anything, like, it's a pretty intuitive way to sort of encourage being pretty thoughtful and not just fully mashing everything. Oh boy. Ah, shit. Got some music coming on there to a degree.
Ready? Go.
The range on that, though. Oh, fuck. I just wanted to... I wanted to throw him, actually, but... Like, again, the fact you can just cancel into everything. Stomped right next to his head. Oh. Nice. I want to try to do like a big stomp attack when I get knocked down, because that feels like something you should do in a game like this, but I guess you can. Suntada music makes sense. It's a Taito game. Damn, all the low juggle hits. But yeah, it helps if you know which ones of your moves are like mids and lows. There's no like whiff animation. Whoa, that camera angle though. That got pretty crazy. I'm just here mashing buttons doing combos. She's like, nah, fuck it, I'm just gonna throw her. Oh, I didn't quite mean to do flamingo there. Shit. Polygon magic. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But I don't think it would be the first time where you do, like... you know, the publisher...
Ready?
Like, when the publisher is also a developer, for them to kind of collaborate and have some staff involved. I mean, music especially is one of those aspects that can be kind of easily... outsourced, right? Fucking taunting me. I was like, oh, he's taunting, I can do shit. And it's like, nope, I was fucking stunned, I forgot. So yeah, we are playing on easy, so I feel like I was justified in this, because definitely would be harder on a higher difficulty level, makes sense. And this guy's not even the boss. Weird back turn situation, of course. Like, even when we do big moves like that, you can still always cancel. Or, like, you can't always cancel, like, at any point, but you can always, like, sort of link it into the next move. You do like wake up kicks. Well, we can do a sweep in the wrong direction. That's one thing you can do, I guess.
Ready? Go.
Dude. Just trying to, dude, I'm just trying to throw. I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games that I feel like would... I mean, it works out really well at this resolution. Dude, it's watches. But some of the detail definitely would... if you could play this in double resolution, like on PS2. I mean, I guess I'm glad we're not doing that, because then we'd have
Ready? Go.
interlaced capturing problems, but... you know, obviously you can do that on emulator. I don't think this is the most extreme example of it, but there's definitely some games where it's just like there's so much shit crammed in there that it's almost a shame. Like you don't really get to see it properly with the PlayStation 1's rendering resolution. I think this is like a nice balance where there's definitely more detail here than you can't always see it. But like on close-ups.
Ready? Go.
But even here, I think like looking at her shoes, for example, like it's kind of on the, you know, it's not quite to the point where it starts to jitter because there's more, like the texture resolution is higher than the screen resolution. But you kind of see that in some games. But the thing is too, of course, like if you go too high resolution, then certain other things, like you end up getting more of a discrepancy between the geometrical detail, so to speak, and the texture detail. Either way, like there is a lot of texture detail, which is a nice thing. Nice. I can put our foot out for him to dash into. That worked out. Strike an enemy. It's kind of a weird load screen. It looks like you skip a middle of an animation or something. Dr. Wiz. Okay, this is one of the boss characters.
Ready? Go.
I mean, certainly simple, but still kind of cool. Oh wow, snap kick launcher there. Not sure how you do that, but just wanted to get out of fucking flamingo stance. I guess forward kick is the axe kick. Yeah, so you can mix it up, but I guess against the computer they're going to be pretty good at blocking. I guess maybe some of them are like strings. Like there's some kind of target combos or whatever you'd call them where specific button sequences, like even though you can cancel stuff, you can still kind of get certain moves to come out. It has an interesting feel to it for sure. I really quite like it. It's good. Time is a factor here. Fuck. No. We got close there, but. So if we can unlock Dr. Wiz, can we play as him? Do we just play as the opponent every match? Curious. I think we might have beaten the game twice and unlocked one character each.
Go.
So we might unlock some character if we beat it here. See that little middle kick? I don't know how to do it. It's not like down forward or down back. It's not forward or back. It could be up forward or something. Nope, you just jump. Doesn't seem like you have... Oh, I didn't realize I was stuck. I mean, I don't think I would have been able to mash out there anyway, but... Like, you gotta, I guess, learn what moves, like what order you can string things together in the ways that they actually combos, like if you do land that hit. But that's so cool too, because you can do it like the sequence you would do to like guarantee that the combo connects. It's maybe not the same sequence you would do to kind of be confusing, to kind of attempt to open them up if they're blocking. I mean, not as much of a factor if you're playing as a computer, but still. I think it's really interesting. Wiz is not unlockable, apparently. I mean, it makes sense. Wouldn't make for a very interesting playable character if it's just cloning the opponent. I feel like I was probably whiffing there, but it's like... Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, that's the thing. Like, even though you're allowed to kind of cancel into whatever, it doesn't mean that it's always a good idea that it'll connect, whether on hit or on block.
Ready?
Barazon. Yeah, this is the boss guy I was talking about. Final stage, it even says. Oh, he's being quite friendly so far.
Ring out. Ready? Go.
Nice. The down attacks are like nice and fast. Oh boy. Electro Altruism with the draw this game. Some good requests coming in tonight. I was almost reaching the point of worrying about, well, worrying isn't the right word, but I was almost reaching the point of feeling like I was getting close to clearing my backlog of games to draw, as I'm wrapping up my Zero Divide 2 illustration tomorrow, most likely. But now the requests are piling back up, which is fine by me. Lamasar earlier tonight cashed in a reward for Vampire Savior, which should be fun. But before that, I've got to draw something for Lords of Shadow, which at this point, it's like, when we played that game, I was like, you know, there's some cool stuff going on here. But now, my view of Lords of Shadow 1 is like how it... Oh yeah, he's got like fucking parries and shit. I forgot about that. He's barely used them here, so... Now I'm just thinking of how the first Lords of Shadow pales in comparison to the second one. But I had some ideas. Well, I'll workshop something. It'll be interesting. And then I think it was Ushi who redeemed a request for Omen of Sorrow. So we got a whole bunch of fighting game art coming up, which is obviously fine by me. It should be fun. Yeah, this game runs at a silky smooth 60 FPS, and honestly, I think for a 60 FPS game, like, I mean, there are 30 FPS fighting games on PS1 that has less detail than this. So it's not a bad looking game by any means. Man, I should do the back throw, like, if I have an opportunity to ring out. I guess there is sidestepping, I just don't know how you do it. I'm trying to throw, goddammit. I don't quite get the throws. They're it's always weird in games when there's no throw animation. Like, it's not the inputs for the throw in this game is like punch plus special, or P plus S. I guess it's for special. Step, maybe, I don't know. Like in Street Fighter 2, you just press forward and heavy punch or whatever, right? So if you don't get the throw, you'll get a punch. And in most games that are like made in the mid 90s or later, you don't throw like, I mean, there are games where you do throw like that, but a lot of the time there's a specific command for throwing. And if you do that command, there's an animation that plays out. But here, I just either do a little punch or kind of nothing comes out. So it's hard to tell. There are a lot of situations where the distance or the state that my opponent is in or whatever it is does not permit a throw to happen. Yet it's not necessarily the case that I can discern that that is the case. So it'll just feel like the throw just isn't coming out, and it might not be entirely intuitive why that's the case. I just noticed it says stole when he gets hit, or when he steals something. I guess, yeah, so there's stole 44. Has it been that for every fight, or is that something to do with this guy? Fucking guaranteed back throws. Getting comboed multiple. But I definitely don't really know the systems of this. Oh, I just want to fucking throw, but whew, worked out anyway.
Ready? Go.
Remember this game having some bad reviews? Is this game? I thought this game was Japan only, but it might not be. That's Japan. I mean, it obviously could still have gotten reviews. I just, when English-speaking people mention reviews, I assume they mean English language media. Hey, we did it. I mean, I don't know. I think the game's pretty damn sick. I really, really like this game. Was supposed to come to Europe. Interesting. Maybe it got so far as getting release or review copies out. I mean, that's definitely a thing that happened. No endings, I guess. Although, unless it's like a 1cc only thing. But that's not unsurprising. That's not too surprising, I should say. Like, I guess it's a little, you know, not underwhelming. But there's not a lot of like spectacle around the boss or anything like that. It's just kind of, oh, that was it. It's over. But it's a really, for its time, I think it's a really forward-thinking game. Not necessarily in the sense that it's like predictive of what fighting games would become, or, you know, it's not like it feels like it's a 2005 game or anything like that, but it doesn't feel like the way Tekken 2 felt weirdly kind of clunky and rigid and precise, or like demanding, unforgiving. This is like the exact opposite. But it also isn't like fully, like some early games that are like very freeform, flowy, like you can kind of just do whatever, have a very loose feel to them. This still feels kind of precise in that, like, you even now just kind of mashing, not knowing the commands per se, I'm still like figuring out like, oh yeah, it's this direction, oh yeah, okay, I can do this, you know. And it's like interesting. I feel like I haven't played any other fighting games that have this kind of a system, and I think it's a simple but really, like, it you know, it works pretty well. Not the greatest intro though. It's all right, but it's always a bit shitty when you have games like this that use video footage of gameplay in the intro cutscene. I'm pretty sure we booted up Combo de Mambo before, and I don't remember at all. I guess we unlocked another character though, Baraha, who we didn't see. Why don't we pick them? Hakesho. Yeah, the boss characters all have just one style. So if I pick Kaida here, we played it with Taekwondo, but Aiki Jiu-Jitsu is our like original style. Yeah, fucking unique character name logos. It's so fucking good. I love that shit. Right, so there's some kind of Chord ready. Yeah, there's like some recording stuff. Also, I don't know what's up with... Okay. I guess my button layout reset or something, because everything is really weird now. Yeah. You can like... Yeah, and there's some kind of combo recording something. Alright, reset over there. So I'm not sure exactly. So can I play this? Okay, I can change her. Oh, that's what. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm still. Okay, right. So combo play check. Make. Oh. Yeah, you can like. How do I advance? What the? Hold it. And there we go. So I think this is like how many frames of input, probably. Yeah, there we go. So hold that for like 10 frames or something, probably. And then forward kick. Make combo. So doesn't show the direction. But I don't understand how I'm supposed to play back. So now I've like recorded it. Yeah, it's just extremely confusing. I can kind of... The whole recording... I don't know what I'm recording. So... And I also don't seem to have any way of playing it back. Press right. And then do something. I know there's a bunch of codes. I know we checked them out some other time. Yeah, the portraits are getting more and more squished together here. Pretty cool though. So I think we start. We can check that out. Strike enemy. I guess it says strike enemy for the first one, then it says strike next for the others.
Light or shadow.
Oh, I guess this is her alternate color, which has got like not blue skin. This stage is so cool. Like it's got the moving water, you see the particles around their feet. There's like the light here in the center of the room, all this stuff happening in the background. Yeah, like her walk, like I press forward or backward and she just walks in a circle. Like her movement seems like super weird. We're in arcade mode. I'm not sure if it's any different. Right. What's that? 9 times, I guess. Okay. So what is the code supposed to do? Because I know there's some codes where you change the characters. Actually, I probably can't. Yeah, I was gonna say I can't probably back out of this because I don't have another controller here. I mean, I have some controllers somewhere. Like fucking games letting you go into versus mode. No way to reset out. Got a PS2 controller here, I guess. It's just like so boneheaded. And there's no like quick reset. I mean, there might be, but I couldn't figure it out. But we definitely were able to try the... Huh. That's pretty cool. Can pick stages. I guess we didn't try versus mode before. But definitely the codes that I remember we tried definitely worked against the computer.
Let's go!
Get the little music track title at the bottom. Oh yeah. Anyway, we can exit out now. Yeah, usually it's like start and select or whatever. Yeah, okay, we definitely did the like the flat mode thing before. I don't remember. I mean, I guess I don't have the instructions in front of me other than the ones you wrote, and I'm sure they are. And I'm sure there's probably not more to it, but I don't know if it you have to. It might be specific to where you're like at here or whatever. But let's try that then. Select highlight character down plus X and circle while you press start. Let's try that. Okay, so I got this far. Wrestling, it is known as strong style. I'm holding down and X and circle. Let's press start. Yeah, there we go.
Conduct me. Now then, go.
Yeah, there's a bunch of these like super goofy. There's one where it's just like really tall and weird or some shit too, I think. I'm impressed also with the I want to say this costume is like
Ready?
totally different from his standard one for the wrestling style. There's like a bunch of different looks for the characters, which is really cool. I like that they still have that like head tracking. Oh shit, I still jump as high. Fuck, I wasn't ready for that.
Ready? Go.
There's gotta be more like command grabs and shit too, but I don't know what the inputs might be. Just can't fucking do anything with this snap suplex. They did something that kind of looked like it was a parry or something. It's kind of weird. You do the automatic like wake up kick. It's like
KO.
it doesn't auto target.
Small fry shouldn't be fighting with the big boys.
Big boys, huh? 10 inputs, okay.
Ready?
Yeah, I have a feeling the voice doesn't sound like that normally. Dude, I didn't even realize. You see the shadows, like the lights moving around with the cars drive by? Such a cool little effect. Like the flashing lights on the wall, like it's so fucking good. Oh, look at the damage though. That was pretty chunky damage.
Ready? Go.
Her little beret falls off. That was pretty cool. Like mashing forward is like snapping into place. Telekinetic suplex is not bad, but dude, surely you can do like some fucking DDTs or pile drivers or something, which should be even better. Okay, so
Fry shouldn't be fighting with the big boys.
I thought that glass crushing effect was something that happened on a particular stage, but I guess it's just a replay cool sound effect that happens, which that's cool.
Ready? Go.
So weird that the music just like fades in and out and it doesn't like change per opponent. Oh, there we go. Just half circle forward punch, I guess. Yeah. 4, 2, 6. 2, 3, 6. Okay. Got him. All right, that's pretty sick.
Ready? Go.
Can't get it. I mean, I've got it once at least. There There we go. That's pretty good. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, there's the glass crushing sound. I mean, he's a pretty cool character.
I ask you, is it truth you seek or chaos?
6-4P and then 2-8. It's like a fucking chain grab. Oh shit, we're normal size now.
Ready? Go.
Big ass gorilla press. So I wonder if I fucked up the follow up there, because that doesn't look like. Well, let's just try to do the first part. I'm not doing anything else. Yeah. So whatever the follow up is, I fucked it up. I'm just mashing down up punch. Yeah. So that mashing it doesn't work. Shit. It's so weird seeing that when characters are the same size. Oh no. Oh, fucking backdrop. That was cool though.
Ready? Go.
Well, there are down attacks. At least this guy has them. Two, 3, 6. SP. That's the move I did there, I think. Yeah, that's just the normal throw. Guess we should go into training mode. Yeah. It looks like if there's supposed to be follow-ups to these throws, that you cannot just mash them out. Oh, shit, range stomp. Pretty good. What's up, Atomic Runner? What's going on is we're playing Fighters Impact. So do we shrink down again now is the question?
Ready?
Nope.
Go.
We recovered, I guess. Unfortunately. It's a good chunky grab damage there. Wish I could figure out. Oh yeah, I'm stunned. Oh yeah, I was assuming the growing big had to do with Dr. Wiz. Kind of weird otherwise. Oh boy. Oh dude, even the splash looks so good. Luckily, I guess I'm kind of dressed for it here. Oh, stun. I actually wanted to do the command grab, but I got a little fluster there. I fucked up the command. Oh, it's so... Yeah, that's... There we go. Let's take a bath. Oh, the splash looks so good. You win? Question mark. That's pretty fucking good. I don't think I've ever seen that. You win? I mean, I did fall out, but...
Go.
Oh, I don't like this guy. So this guy is from a shoot 'em up, was that right? Oh, I wonder if you can... If it's like something you can't grab him or something. Dude, this game rules. Like, it's such a good game.
Ready? Go.
Master of Weapon. I definitely know the title, but I'm not super... Like, shoot 'em ups is not my area of expertise, and neither are Taito games, to be honest. Shit. Fucking 10 strings in this game, too? Okay, you can at least throw him. We can confirm that much. Oh, it's a kind of parry to no avail. All right. Up punch kick for the butt stomp. Ah, fucking knew it. You don't actually play as him. He drives the ship. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, obviously there are some shoot 'em ups that have like characters, but I wouldn't say that was very common in the 90s. Like in terms of how it's visually presented. I mean, I guess the like Sengoku Blade and stuff was around. It's not like it hadn't been done, but even the concept of like a character from a shoot 'em up is like pretty unusual. Fucking 10 strings. I just want to stick in a little throw in between there. Is that too much to ask? Oh, fuck me. No anti-airs for me, huh?
Ready? Go.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing too. Like specifically characters that aren't like mascots or something like that. Characters that look like fucking this. Well, yeah, I mean, there's Choaniki, sure.
Ready? Go.
All right, I didn't necessarily intend to just play through another run of this game, but it's pretty damn good. Ah. Nice. Good quality wrestling stomp. I'm just gonna mash out the big ass spinning pile driver. Dude, like, it's so fucking hard to hit with that thing. Nice. Just combo that, huh?
Small fry shouldn't be fighting with the big boy.
I was wondering if his voice clip was like altered when he was tiny. Well, I guess that's just the way he sounds. Yeah, the animation is nice in this game, especially the way it sort of flows due to the combo system.
Go.
Yeah, it has a nice style. Like they make great use of motion capture. Like it definitely, like it doesn't feel like, definitely there's some 3D fighters, certainly like some Western games and stuff, where it's like you can tell that the animation and the kind of gameplay are sort of built separately, and like the way the animations play back isn't, you know, the gameplay is kind of secondary to how the animations play, and that generally doesn't make for, like, for this type of game that needs to be very responsive, like that's not great. Shit. No!
Ring out.
Dude, even like the lighting, the sort of implied lighting and how they texture these like wooden beams and stuff, it's so nice looking.
Ready? Go.
But I think definitely the way you can sort of blend your own sort of combo strings together, and it always looks smooth. It's just really nice. I guess that's guaranteed, so that's just about 60% damage if you land that. Oh, I fucked up. Follow up. Oh, nice, we got him. Nice, he just like got stuck and then just dropped down.
Fighting with the big boys.
I wonder if I can use like R1 and R2 all the way to the other end of my stick. Maybe I can use those for like sidestep. There clearly is some kind of sidestepping, but I've not been able to figure out how to do it. The S button doesn't seem to do anything by itself, but it doesn't call. Did I just sidestep using the button? No, I just. Oh, okay. You sidestep with the S button somehow. Like you hold. Holding S and tapping up does jack shit. Did I just? Was that a sidestep? He's like, I'm like turning around, but it doesn't seem like I'm moving to the side of the other guy. It's a little confusing. Oh boy, this guy's not my favorite character in this game. He sure is something, though. I'm dead. Yeah. Shit. Well, we're far enough into this that I guess we're seeing this through.
Ready? Go.
Stage 8. Yeah, I think there's 10 stages, maybe? Yeah, the loading screen text is a bit of a mystery. Like it definitely just looks like it's weird, a weird freeze frame in what should be an animation, but nope, it just looks that way. Do that headbutt. I get the headbutt when I'm trying to do the command grab and I'm whiffing, but like I don't think I've ever landed it. Oh, I actually got the follow-up. Sick. Kind of mashed it out.
KO.
Nice. The game is quite generous with letting you land hits and juggles and knockdown states and stuff too. Oh boy. Well, that could have ended up a lot worse. Like, I feel like the final boss probably isn't gonna let me throw him as much. It might be tough to rely on that, but if you can land that one throw, like that's a big chunk of damage. Fuck.
KO.
It's a 90s fighting game
Ready? Go.
with that 90s throw range. That's for sure. I always do that wake up and you end up in this weird, awkward positioning. And that whiffed there though. I always think that I'm gonna like, if I like manage to just barely dodge something with that wind up for the headbutt, I always feel like, oh, maybe I'll hit him. Nah, it just has like no range. I always try to react to that. I feel like I should be able to hit him out of the air, but nah.
KO.
Shit. That was like a long match too. A lot of time wasted here. Want to see if I can like get the time trial score or whatever, but I need to beat 15 minutes and that might be tall order. If I do that, if I don't get the follow-up, it's about the same damage as a normal throw, I guess. So it's not a, like, I don't fuck anything up really, but it does. I have other throws I can go for.
KO.
Nice.
Ready? Go.
No disrespect to Lord Zuntata, of course, but I will say that the music is maybe not one of the game's stronger parts. Like, some of this would be nice to listen to, but it's just very strange. And also just the way the way the music kind of fades back in, it's just like the same track playing in the next match. Like, it's just kind of strange. All right, we got it. A lot of the throw animations are sick, but like that's just a staple of 3D fighting games. 3D fighting game throws always the most satisfying. Like any 3D fighter of any era, just like going to training mode to try out all the throws has always been a joy. It was a joy in the mid 90s and it's a fucking joy today. Holy shit, they actually connected. Also, I guess, yeah, I thought there were 10 levels, just 9, but that works out to our favor. In our favor, rather.
Ready?
Could get a first try here, but let's not take anything for granted. I mean, that may rely on us landing this 60% command grab. Which, you know. Ah, I fucked up the follow-up. Oh, dude, his combos are pretty damn strong.
Ready? Go.
But yeah, definitely when you played on medium, I remember him doing like parrying shit. You can kind of see him do a little parry motion, but he just doesn't like do it properly, I guess. Ah, god damn it. Throwing is strange. But it's pretty much on par with what throwing was like in many fighting games. I mean, Virtua Fighter, before they got like proper throw with animations in like VF2 and 3, like it's also strange. In VF1 and 2 especially, I mean, I guess I don't know 3 very well because I haven't played it much. But in those games, like, throw inputs aren't like standardized to the same degree as in later games, so you have like, you know, P plus G equals throw, but then you have a bunch of command grabs that only use like direction and punch and stuff like that. In later games, like throws are always P and G. There's kind of same thing here, right? We got this throw on punch plus P plus S, but then you have other throws that are P plus K. Like he does pretty much not let you like push him out on block. He'll fight back eventually. Well, so much for the sub 15-minute dream here. Still think it's been pretty fast compared to our high-def playthrough, but nice. That shit's pretty damn satisfying. All right, good start. Well. Oh boy. I don't mean to like backdash like that. Nice. Hey, we did it. Sub 17 at least. Mixed feelings on Zuntata. They have their moments. A lot of their output is just off-putting. Well, they're not the most like. I mean, I don't know Zuntata super well either. Like I said, Taito is not really my area of expertise. But my impression of it is definitely that they can get kind of artsy and not the most, like, what's the word for it? It's not like just not the most approachable necessarily. Like they're just doing their shit which is like cool and admirable in its own way, but it's not quite the same thing as like, you know, the most boppinest, slappinest video game jams. But, you know, every now and then they bring out fucking daddy mulks and whatnot. Avant-garde. I mean, that's maybe a bit of a stretch, but to a degree, sure, why not?
Automatic saving.
So I wonder now if we unlocked Barozok, I guess. I like that. I have already too much standard orchestra soundtracks. Yeah, well, I guess I'm thinking more of in the context of 90s video game music. I mean, if anything, what we're hearing here, I feel like is more in tune with what you're describing. Yeah, there's no actual practice mode, huh? There we go. I pressed right 10 times and we heard a little chime. That's a good portrait, though. I'm sure we saw this guy. Well, get ready for some Cronenbergian shit, I'm assuming. I forget what code this was, but there's some weird ones. Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's fun, though. Why not have a mode like this in the game? Cheat codes are fun. Guys, remember cheat codes? Remember when video games were fun and had codes? And had fucking sick wrestling moves? I guess the first opponents don't really fight back.
Go.
I keep thinking I can do big old jumping down attacks.
Perfect.
It is better to be aware of your effectiveness.
From like just the right angle, it looked completely normal. Oh man, this game's good. I just remembered that I forgot to actually mark Tekken 7 because we never went into the whole
Ready? Go.
raffle thing. So let me do that before I forget. And let me also mark Fighter's Impact now that we've played this. Man, this game is good. Thank you very much for this pick. I very much enjoyed this. Definitely a game I figure would be fun to play in versus mode, even like casually with no knowledge of the game. If you just sort of have a rough idea of how the system works, and even if you don't, you kind of pick it up pretty quickly. All right, let's try left. I want to say there's one like super weird stick figure mode. One of the most famous arts in the world. Have faith in your power. By the way, I just barely noticed, but I guess he was like eating different things. I think he was eating like a onigiri or something. And then in Street Fight, he was eating a burger. Or did I imagine that? Yeah. Oh my god, this is like so off-putting. This is some Zuntata ass shit right here. So I think this is Mark's main fighting style.
Ready?
I'll win this just so we can see the win pose in all its glory. Let me see if I can get some other throws or something, but yeah, this is like just so strange that it's definitely a bit off-putting for sure. Oh, it's almost worse when you get up close. You see that the detail is all there. It's just really squished together. Ugh.
Ready? Go.
Yeah, so Hornet's main costume when he's wrestling is the yellow tights. But when I picked it with like the start button, not only did the colors change, you had a totally different outfit with the shorts and tank top. You can't combine them. That sounds vaguely familiar. Well, let's do them one at a time. So I press the start button both when I pick the character and when I pick the costume. I think start should give you the other costume.
Light or shadow.
Yeah, this is like pretty cute.
Conduct me, my twist.
Yeah, but I think this is just the costume, the way it looked. Circle, square, and start. Oh, I guess when I did the code, I got the Hornet costume because I was holding circle and X to do the code. Dude, look at Mark's fucking neck, though. Like, this is pretty cute. Like, you can tell, I guess, with the animation and everything that this isn't, like, what the game was designed for, but it absolutely works.
KO.
Faces aren't particularly animated. A little bit. But, like, they kind of need to be a little more animated for when they're this large for it to look good, I think. Yeah, let's try that real quick, then.
Ready? Go.
It is known as strong style. See if we can get, because I got a different color with Kaede, so like that's a thing also, I guess. Oh yeah, no, hang on, that was a different costume.
Light or shadow.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Conduct me, my fist.
Also, I guess the
Now then,
big head
go to
mode,
the field of battle.
SD code or whatever, is still there. Oh yeah, she's got different throws. That's sick. Got a big pile driver and shit too, maybe.
Perfect.
Well, not on the same command.
Ready?
I guess it's maybe easier to hit with the headbutt. We've got a giant head. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. I thought we were going for a giant swing, but that's not bad either. Dude, this game's so sick. Oh, she's got a little teddy bear backpack. I didn't even notice. It's hard to see their hair. Oh, dude, I kind of want to check out all the costumes. She has the gorilla. Okay, I thought I'd try to doing it, but couldn't get it to come out. It's a little finicky, though.
Ready?
Anyway,
Go.
this game owns. And I would love to play it more, but I've been streaming for about 6.5 hours, and it's getting really late, so I think we'll call it for the night there. But we got a very strong selection of games played here, and as of tonight, we have got 78 out of 246 games, or 31.71%, making a slow but steady progress in my, well, it's not really a quest to play every game I own or anything, but I feel like it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of I mean, there's definitely still some heavy hitters left on this list, but there's definitely plenty on this list that's like super obscure, weird Steam indie games that I don't think anyone would pick necessarily. But eventually, you know, the selection of games here is going to get thinner and thinner, right? People are going to run out of actual favorites, or for that matter, actual games that they know to pick. So
Ready?
I feel like it's going to become more and more interesting. But yeah, just scrolling through the list right now, there's like a whole bunch of KOF games. It's still actually a bunch of Mortal Kombat games we haven't done. Certainly a whole ton of Street Fighter and Samurai Showdown games because we've got like those collections. Yeah, there's like 8 versions of Street Fighter 2 that haven't been picked. But I guess that's too boring. I don't know. But man, these streams are always so much fun. We're gonna end with streams of only Street Fighter. That's possible, but I wouldn't hate that. Again, though, we'll see. You know, it's. I don't even know if I'll keep doing this until we've gotten to 100%. This is very much, like I said, about the journey and not the destination, because I love this game, but would I have picked this game up and say, you know what, today I'm going to stream some Fighters Impact? Maybe, but statistically, probably not. And even if I were to say, hey, tonight I'm going to play some fucking fighting games, I'm going to play games I like, I might pick this game, but I might not, because I have a lot of other games I like too. And I just really enjoy, you know, as long as it's an authored list where I know that there's nothing on there that I'm going to really not want to play. And, you know, taking my own sort of what I'm feeling about, you know, that moment of what I might want to play. I mean, a lot of the times I don't feel strongly about one game over another, and it's hard to pick. I mean, I certainly don't have a lack of games in my collection, even looking at fighting games, but deciding what you want to play, or even like trying to figure out why you would pick something, like what do I really want to play? I think that can be weirdly difficult sometimes, at least if you're a very indecisive person the way I am. So just having other people say, fuck it, do this. It's not the worst, and it ends up, you know, every single time we're playing stuff that I haven't played in a long time, and sometimes stuff I haven't played before ever, and sometimes personal favorites. And there's like always something cool to appreciate with whatever we end up picking. Tekken 2 was really interesting to play. Like, it is a bit of a chore, it's a little clunky, but I was really impressed with it. And it has a cool atmosphere for sure. And this game, pretty sick. But that will be it for me tonight. I'm still undecided on whether I'll stream more this weekend. Still in big head mode. I do want to make more progress in Lords of Shadow 2. I am very much enjoying that game, but it's also one of those games that it seems long enough that I would really like to be able to put in at least one like weekend stream of 7-8 hours of solid progress. But I've also got some other stuff to do, so I'm not entirely sure. We've already done a bunch of streams this week. But as always, if you keep an eye on my Twitter and or Discord, you're bound to get the information about upcoming streams as soon as it's available, i.e. when I figure out what I want to do. What's up, D? Well, I'm not sure how long you've been away. If you've been along for more than an hour, 18 minutes, then you missed Fighters Impact, a pretty sick game. But you're here just in time for me to say goodnight and take care, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in. Stick around for another 2 minutes or so as I figure out who I'm going to host. Have a great weekend if I don't see you over the next 2 days or so. And we'll be back with more Castlevania pretty soon. And whenever I know more about my box of games from Japan, I'll try to provide updates on that. And that should be very fun and interesting whenever that happens. So yeah, thanks for watching.